welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Are you going to come say hi? He's not going to come say hi. If you would like to see Morty the Overlord, send in a donation. Who we got in the building? We got Avery. Shout out to Lone Wolf in Cub. What is good? What is good? Avery's already on it. Let's go. So, shout out to Santana. Welcome. So I'm going to withdraw my support. There's no time given to members to express themselves. You mean like you're doing right now? Okay, bro. Whatever you say. Whatever you do. You didn't pay for that membership anyway. That was a gifted membership. So slow your roll, homie. Slow your roll. All right. Let me know how the sound is, because sometimes my laptop microphone picks it up, and sometimes I need the actual lav mic. So just let me know. Music back. Goodbye, music back. Yeah, he's ready. All right. So I didn't even get myself set up. So we'll see. Entire process. Of course, we've got some sunflower seed treats for Morty. Remember, every donation comes with a treat. Yes, it is important that you use your actual workbook to roll on, because it just makes it that much better. Hey, speaking of membership, Morty, come here. We got Avery signing up as a new member. Thank you, sir. I think he's got some water. We'll save that for him right here. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Those are right here for him when he comes back. Shout out to Brandon. Welcome. So I actually don't know. You'd have to check out Swords of Reason with Speakeasy. Horseradish debates are tonight. So I actually don't know, or actually, I think Horseradish said he wasn't doing debates because of Valentine's Day. But Saturday is debate night, and so I'm sure you guys will find something. Right now, we just chilling. So as I will do every single time, this is my PSA that I will do every single time, so that you guys can be perfectly informed for when you do your own thing. I like this is the size of the grinder that people usually use. This is the size of grinder that I use. I like this because you can obviously round up a lot more. Oh, there's Morty. Come here. Avery. Come here. Yeah, there we go. Yummy. Thank you. And again, Avery, for 10 months, a member for 10 months, said it's so crazy how fast the world is changing. Indeed. The world never stops turning. No, we got another one for you. There we go. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Yeah, I mean, shit's moving. It's right now, the biggest thing is about how you feel about Trump's handling of the Epstein stuff. And ironically, I was just walking Morty, and I was talking to my neighbor. You guys know sometimes my neighbor's out there smoking a cigarette, and we'll just chit chat. She was like, "So what are you podcasting about?" And I was like, probably like tonight, just doing a roll up and chill thing. But last night, Alex Jones was talking about the Epstein files, and she's like, "What are the Epstein files?" What? Like Jeffrey Epstein? You've never heard of Jeffrey Epstein? She's like, no, who's that? Wow. Now, obviously, she's not a Politico or anything like that, but I mean, she's somebody who pays attention, or so I thought, and she had no idea. I was like, all right, be careful with this. but you might be looking into some crazy stuff. Shout out to Wrong Balls Killers. No, I am the Indian Jesus. Thank you very, very much. Welcome. But yeah, let me know if any of you guys are debating. What are you debating? And I'll give my take and I'll help you in. But again, so different grinders, different size. I didn't even realize there's fucking button here. Different size teeth. So yes, you can grind up a lot more with this, but because of the size of the teeth, then you're going to get a much finer grind with this than you are with this. So, of course, we have the secret weapon. First, let's put copper in there. I do not even remember why that was in there. Indeed, I am supporting intoxication. Intoxication is very good for those who do it properly. Dilly. Well, no problems with alcohol, right? So it's not about intoxication. It's just about the stuff that you don't like. I mean, what percentage of people? What percentage of people, like in America, do you think genuinely just don't know about Epstein? It can't be that big, but it's got to be kind of big, right? Like that's insane. Like how do you not? You never heard of it? You never heard? 34%. I could see it. I could see a solid. You think most people have no idea who he is? I don't know, man. I don't think that most people are going to be like, oh yeah, I know that the files were dropped, and I know that Trump said this, and that it doesn't matter that he said that. I'm not asking if how many people are down with the get down, but I was very surprised that you could be a part of, like, she's on social media and stuff. You just have no idea. No idea. So, I always like to use 2 different strains because why not? Why not? Also, what's pretty wild is that Trump is in the Epstein files from those files. Former Florida police chief said he received a call from Donald Trump in 2006 about Jeffrey Epstein's behavior. He's evil. Oh yeah, that's right. Justified? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I would understand a little bit more if like they, she had young kids or something like that. I mean, no shade to her. Like, we all have our things, and she probably is preoccupied. She works and has stuff going on. I'm just surprised that you could miss all of it. Like, again, yeah, I've heard about Epstein and like Epstein's Island, but I don't really know anything. That's one thing. But you don't even know who that is? I just don't know what to believe anymore. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the sadness of how everything has been, or everyone has been siloed into this personal reality with their own For You page and not seeing what everybody else is seeing. Because, I mean, Epstein is all over my social media, but I see my neighbor out there, and she's on TikTok. She's on TikTok or Facebook, and yet none of that comes up. So it really highlights how the algorithms are just going to silo you into, this is what you want to see, and that's all you want to see. Meanwhile, there's a whole world out there. A whole world. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's dark shit. I was like, make sure you, if you're gonna look into it, be mentally prepared, because whatever you think is going on, it's deeper and darker than that. Right? I usually would know which the name of the strain that I'm using, but I switched plugs, and I don't have a good system yet. So like the old plug, they would put the the little GG4, that's on a little like a little label maker, and just, so it's like a little sticker. So just peel it off the bag and slap it on top of the jar. But the new plug doesn't use those. It doesn't really matter. Like once I pick it, like once it's here, it's obviously a strain that I like. That's why it's here. I'll usually just go by. All right, there's keeping an even rotation. So like if there's lots and lots of strain A, then we'll burn some of that up. Otherwise, you get stuck with just one, and that's just not living. That's just not living. Having to smoke joints of only one single strain, it's just not living, guys. It's just not living. Oh, ooh, yummy. I wonder if it would be different. I typically put I was just watching something that highlighted that. What was? Hold on. Let's see what we got. Let's go to history. Oh, it was Podcast Cringe. I was talking about how Brendan Schaub for once had a good take and then messed it up. And that Rogan, who's been kind of snuggling up to all these Epstein co-conspirators allegedly, he was actually finally starting to call it out. Let's see what they got here. Music.
Like Elon Musk and Trump are playing checkers while everybody else is playing chess.
What do you mean?
Oh, because remember, remember we thought there was a feud between them. Elon goes, Trump's in the Epstein files.
Yeah.
You need to release him.
Yeah.
And Donald's like, no, I'm not going to release him. Actually, I am. Check it out. The only thing the Epstein files about Trump is him reporting him to the police. And you know what's even more hilarious?
Could be.
BBC, CNN, NBC all had to report that yesterday.
Let me know if the video is echoing back through the microphone.
So everybody,
how great is that?
Yeah. So check this out.
They're letting them into the files one by one for like an hour at a time.
What?
This is not good. None of this is good for this administration. It looks fucking terrible.
Yep.
It looks terrible. It looks terrible for Trump when he was saying that none of this was real. This is all a hoax. This is not a hoax.
No, and that is the number one reason why, and I'll go back into that. The number one reason that I get frustrated with people who are trying to say that, oh, Trump was absolutely completely innocent in everything. Like, okay, well, if we're talking about being on the island, yes, I have not seen anything where he's been doing anything untoward. That's one thing. But let's not pretend that just because that's such a big deal, that like whether or not you were actually diddling kids on an island, just because that's such a big deal doesn't mean that trying and failing to cover it up isn't a big deal. Let's not act like Trump was always planning on releasing it. At one point, that's what it seemed like, and then he switched up. Eventually he did, and I don't know exactly what changed in his mind and then what changed him back and flip-flopping. I don't know what happened, but he clearly changed his opinion and then was forced is the wrong word, but he definitely didn't want those files to come out. Spartacus, you know who's not in the Epstein files? Joe the Goat Biden. I have never heard him called the GOAT before, but yeah, I'm not surprised that they were all like, no, you're not invited. You're not invited. Well, see, I'm doing both and alcohol too. Dilly dilly. Intoxication. Nobody saw that, right? Nobody saw that. Rogan told Trevor Moore how he would die, and then 4 years later, that's how he died. Who was Trevor Moore again? I forget who that one was. Lowell said, from a realistic standpoint, how many pages are there? Millions. How many people do they have working on this? To go through every page to redact or unredact, whatever, is probably going to take a while. Oh, definitely. Definitely. Avery seems pretty strong that he's one of them. Let's see what he's what he's saying and see if we can read between the lines.
Oh, what a difference 24 hours makes. Brendan Schaub has taken us on a whirlwind romance over the past 7 days, teasing us with some of the best takes on the whole Epstein files situation. Someone even suggested on one of my previous videos that he needs to be studied because his CTE is healing. Someone else suggested that Schaub is going to become the king of the ashes of the fallen Rogan Sphere empire. And I'm even on the record for saying Brendan is absolutely correct.
Are you guys familiar at all with this channel, Podcast Cringe? This is one of the second channels, but if you have any care about like the people in the Rogan sphere and like what they're up to without actually having to watch those shows, definitely hit up Podcast Cringe.
It turns out that the same...
Wait a minute. What? The guy who turned water into wine promotes sobriety? Okay, bro.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day rings true. And for me personally, this cuts really deep. I genuinely thought that we had a legit redemption arc on the cards for Brendan in 2026. I even went and found a fucking clip of a wild horse running on a beach. That's how invested I was. But it wasn't to be. On the latest episode of The Fighter and the Kid, Brendan reminded all of us just how much of a dumbass he really is. The emotional roller coaster over the past week wasn't the beginning of a comeback. It was but a glimpse into the fleeting brilliance of a redacted mind. Remember that episode of The Simpsons where doctors discover that Homer has a crayon lodged in his brain, and then when they remove it, he loses his identity and no longer relates to his buddies? He also becomes a genius, by the way. But then he has Mo lodge it back into his brain and everything goes back to normal. That's what this feels like. Schaub flirted with a life that was never meant for...
What the hell? They also did an episode like that with Always Sunny, where it was a play on Flowers for Algernon, and Charlie got all super smart.
Him and had us almost...
So, real quick, as we are doing what we're doing, so you can see again that now we're full up. We're full up. But if we just grind like normal, we're gonna get a bunch of big like mini nugs, and then when I try to pack them into the joints, it's gonna rip the paper, and we don't want to do that. So the key is you want to just place it on top, and as you twist, turn it upside down. There you go. A little bit of elbow grease sometimes necessary. But now, it's just sitting there getting all ground up. And then, we'll clean up. Oh, get our tools. Do a little clean out here. It's nice and packed in there. That's probably at least 2 grams, if not more. And I actually haven't checked. Oh, look at it. Look at it. And I actually haven't checked the keef box. I haven't checked that in a minute. So it's probably full. Yeah, you know. There you go. And yeah, that's why I always show you guys when I do the roll up and show, because it's awesome to have a grinder this big. But before I knew that little trick, it was so frustrating to try to pack the joints. And so now we've got our grind. Now we've got to add our extras. And you know, I mean, weed is weed, right? But at the end of the day, you want to minimize the amount of smoke that you're pulling into your lungs. That's obviously not healthy to burn things on fire and then suck them into your body. So you buy, speaking of keef, you buy some keef so that you've always got plenty, and then you sprinkle it in. That way you make each hit of the joint stronger, thus needing less joints in total, saving you money on weed, saving you money on papers, and saving you time in terms of getting high. You're trying to get there. You don't have to burn out six whole things. You know, once your tolerance gets out there. So this is keef, K-I-E-F. And so this is just crystallized THC. So I've got my little scoop here, and what I'll do is take about that much, and I'll show you when I do it. Sprinkle it on, mix it in before I pack the flour in there, so that again it's much stronger. And instead of having to smoke 4 joints to get to sleep, I only gotta do 2. That's also, we've got a CBN tincture. So I had these gummies. Morty, what are you doing? Get out of there, please. Hey. I had these gummies that I bought from the dispensary. Put the vibe music back on before we get back there. These gummies that were 10 milligrams of regular THC, 10 milligrams of CBD, and 10 milligrams of CBN, which I'd heard of before, but I didn't really fully understand what it was. And it essentially is it's the sleepiness part. It's not intoxicating on its own, but you know, just like how they have CBD lotions and stuff. Like that has the effects of the whatever cannabinoids that will help, but it doesn't make you high. And so similarly, the CBN doesn't in and of itself make you high, but I'll take I made the tincture, and so I'll just take a little sip before right before I go to sleep, and yeah, just out. So I mean, hash oil is that's different because of the fact that it has the THC, and edibles work a little bit differently than flower does. So it's a whole thing. And so the CBN has really created the ability to fall asleep quickly. Between adding the keef to the joint and using the CBN, I end up having to smoke a lot less. And the flower, the cannabis flower, is the most expensive part. So if I can minimize that and also minimize the damage on my lungs, we're A-okay. Now, spliff is when you mix tobacco and weed. That's not what we're doing here. We're just this is just THC. Because THC plus THC equals joint. So then, as you'll see, all right, so before we hop back into the video, then you just place the thingamajigger on the thingamajigger. Start injecting marijuana. I don't think so. I like this whole habit. I like the ritual. I like the effects this way. I don't need to be injecting anything. I've never injected anything. So take a little tiny bit. Even that might be a little bit much. Knock off a little bit like that. Tiny bit just to get a layer, because the mouthpiece is porous. The mouthpiece has, it'll fall through there. So you want to make sure that the nice keef. This costs like $30 for a thing. It lasts me probably a little more than a week. And I mean, it's a lot cheaper than having to smoke a whole other joint, but it's not cheap. So when I mix this with the flour, I want to make sure all of that is staying in the joint. Get away from the edges a little bit. Then we take our scoop. I'm strong. Big scoop. Boom. Not that. And you just knock it on there. Oh, we got it sitting right there. And I'm just gonna mix it up. And now, the flour that's in here is significantly more powerful than it was 5 seconds ago. So even when you pack that bitch in, that is the secret. All right, let's see what we're talking about here.
Convinced that we'd simply misunderstood him for all of these years, only to blurt out the most dogshit take I've ever heard from him. Not only did he get the chess and checkers idiom the wrong way around, he stated completely incorrect facts, drew false conclusions, and then reminded us that he's a partisan hack who cannot think for himself.
In the Epstein files, it came out.
It's a lot of Democrats, a lot of Democratic power structure.
There's both, but yeah, a lot of Democrats. But then,
also rich people.
But then they also played them. Like Elon Musk and Trump are playing checkers while everybody else is playing chess.
What do you mean?
Oh, because remember, we thought there was a feud between them. Elon goes, Trump's in the Epstein file.
Does anybody think that this was how Brandon is presenting it?
Yeah. You need to release him.
Yeah.
And Donald's like, no, I'm not going to release him. Actually, I am. Check it out.
Well,
remember,
brother.
they've had these files forever, by the way.
I know.
It's not like they just got them.
Yeah.
Trump, they're aware of it. Elon's aware of it, right? So Elon and Trump are fighting, blah, blah, blah. Release him. You're in the files. And the whole media goes crazy. Everyone's like, yeah, Trump's in the file. That's why he's keeping him. Trump goes, I'll release him. Fuck it. You know what? I didn't want to do it. I'm going to do it. What do we find out? That Trump in 2012 notified authorities and goes, you guys need to look into Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. They're fucking devils.
He found out about it.
Not only did he find out about it, he reported it.
Look that up. I think it was even earlier, right?
Hey, Brian Callen's just sitting here just talking shit. He don't know nothing about nothing. Have you guys seen the CoffeeZilla video? Maybe we should look at that instead. I'll skip forward to the part where I wanted to show you with Rogan. But that's probably a better idea.
Complete opposite direction.
When you look at your total conspiracy catalog of things that you like to dive into outside of aliens, because everybody knows that, what are your other ones that you like?
Well, aliens is the most fun one.
Yeah.
This is the one that I hate the most.
Yeah.
Because this one scares the shit out of me. The fear of these like literally demonic human beings that are running the world and don't give a fuck about human lives and enjoy watching people being tortured, enjoy watching people killed, participating in ritual sacrifice of people. We know that that has always historically been a real thing. And it's been something that you look at in history, you go, God, it's so sick. It's so twisted. It's so disgusting. And everybody wants to think, thank God that's not happening now. Here's one of the craziest ones. The day he was indicted in 2018, the very next day he ordered 330 gallons of sulfuric acid.
What you need that for?
What?
Yes, that's a lot of sulfuric acid. You know, if I needed 5 gallons for my desalination equipment, but
right,
239 gallons or whatever it is to burn kids. Yeah, to fucking get rid of bodies.
Well, it's kind of hard to think of any other use for acid, just in general. Right?
Immediately,
so
you think
immediately.
Yeah.
So it looks like slow.
What is Lone Wolf say? Now that I'm older, I need something to help me get some energy to clean the house. Give me the bug of sugar. Who was I just talking? I was just talking to somebody about how like I was never huge into Coke. Like I had a little bit. I had a phase where I was drinking a little bit more than was socially acceptable, we'll say. and being around people, that's gonna, that's gonna come up. And I never really liked the uppers, like the upper aspect, but I just really like the ritual of chopping up, and I just really like that. But now I'm too scared. It's been years and years and years. I don't really know who's got it like that. And then they say there's Fent and all this, and I don't want to do that. Like I just want a couple ribs. That's it. I just want to know somebody who knows what's good.
Joe is finally coming to the party and starting to ask questions like he used to. As it turns out, it wasn't the documented international trafficking ring and abuse of girls and women over the last 30 years that bothered him. It was the allegations of satanic ritual sacrifices that got under his skin. But it's not just that, though. While Schaub is hailing Trump the hero of the Epstein saga, Rogan's getting fed up with Trump and his administration for covering all of this up and refusing to release the full unredacted files.
Yep.
There was one where this one guy is saying to him, "Thank you for the torture video."
Mm-hmm.
It's literally a part of an email. The actual quote, "Thank you for the torture," like enjoyed the torture video.
It's so gross.
And they think they've identified that guy.
He looked that one up, I believe, because it's weird. They're letting them into the files one by one for like an hour at a time.
What?
Yeah, bro.
Like the Congress people can go look at specific millions of files. You got to tell them which file you want specifically to look at.
It's crazy. The whole thing is crazy because, like, why have you protected people? And why is his name redacted? Why would your name be redacted if you're not a victim? Like, this is what's crazy about all this. Like, what is this? This is not good. None of this is good for this administration. It looks fucking terrible. It looks terrible. It looks terrible for Trump when he was saying that none of this was real. This is all a hoax.
Mm.
This is not a hoax. Like, did you not know? Maybe he didn't know.
In the drafts, eventually killing their marriage. We talked about how.
Oh my God. I don't know why my computer is going slow as a mother. Okay, so this is this is the most recent video from I don't know, it's the most recent.
Lutnick, how
Most recent video on the Epstein stuff from CoffeeZilla. CoffeeZilla goes hard. There ain't like somebody was trying to talk about, there was someone reported, oh, there's nothing to see here with the Epstein files. And I'm like, did you watch the CoffeeZilla video? Then don't talk to me.
he lied about meeting Epstein, although he still denies this. And we also talked about some horrible accusations against Trump and Bill Clinton, although we were clear that they are unverified. Now, some people have responded to the release, like Elon Musk, saying that no one fought harder for the full release of the Epstein files than I did. Ironically, he claims that he knew that the playbook of the far left propagandists and legacy media is admit nothing, deny everything, and making counter accusations, saying he had never set foot on Epstein's creepy island or attended parties, despite the fact we saw last time that Elon was asking to be invited to the party. What day and night would be the wildest party on your island? Nevertheless, I think it's an interesting point. The playbook, as we get into this much darker side of the 3.5 million files, you're going to notice this trend is true, that everyone...
I don't like blow enough to try that. Now, if I was still addicted to painkillers, then I might be in trouble. I might not be able to say no, but I'm far enough away from that I'm good. I'm good.
We're going to talk about, basically, they admit nothing, they deny everything, and then they usually make counter accusations against other people in the files. Almost no one has faced any kind of consequences for this whole thing, leading me to wonder, why is it that it seems like really only in the rest of the world has anyone faced anything? I mean, you've got the former Prince Andrew losing his title. You've got the Slovakian National Security Advisor resigning over the Epstein links. But in America, I'm really hard pressed to think of anyone who has actually faced any kind of accountability. I think Larry Summers stepped back voluntarily. But other than that, it's hard to think of anyone who's faced any kind of justice. In fact, arguably,
we're not going to see that. Like, people are not going to jail for this. That's the sad reality, that nobody is going to jail. I mean, maybe some low level people, but nobody who has any kind of power is going to go down for this, because too many other people that have power have too much to save themselves from. And it's just one, they're all in the club. It's one big club, and you ain't in it.
Ghislaine Maxwell's life is better than it was previously since these Epstein files have dropped. And what's crazy about this is that we know that the government story is false. Remember, the FBI documents showed they had 10 co-conspirators they were investigating. We also got an old draft of an indictment where they had several co-defendants with Epstein. Now, of course, we know these were never ultimately charged. This was back in 2005, but just imagine all the way back in 2005, where these charges are from, we already had evidence that Epstein was not working alone. And like, of course he's not. But now we're going to talk a little bit about how the scheme operated. Now, to be clear, we're going to talk in a second about the laundering of Epstein's reputation, the people who protected him this whole time. But right now, I want to talk about how Epstein got some of these girls in the first place, because the Epstein files provide an interesting look behind the curtains. Obviously, we know Ghislaine Maxwell was
Peep this shit.
helping, whether it be procure the girls, talk them into stuff. But now we have emails of a different side of the scheme. It says, yesterday I spoke to Daniel Syed, who Jean-Luc Brunel describes as a scout or recruiter of girls or women for Jeffrey Epstein. Attached to this incoming email from Brunel is the contact information he has for Syed. And then they blacked out his number and email. But digging into Jeffrey's emails with Daniel shows that he was constantly sending him links to girls. It shows Jeffrey Epstein paying Daniel 3,000 euros, which, to be clear, was the amount that was agreed to by Jean-Luc Brunel. Quote, Dominique, we will pay him 3,000 euros each month for scouting for a 6-month period. On all models we will get him, we will pay him 5% commission on their earnings. Imagine it's like baseball or it's like basketball. You're scouting for, I hate to use the word talent, but that's really what this guy was doing. He was going around the globe trying to find people for Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. According to one lawsuit, Epstein trafficked a Jane Doe to Jean-Luc Brunel many times. It describes their operation as this: many of the girls came from poor countries or impoverished backgrounds. He lured them in with a promise of making good money. Quote, Brunel has been a model scout for various modeling agencies for many years, and he was apparently able to get U.S. passports for young girls to work as models, eventually, of course, being sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it should be noted that Jean-Luc Brunel himself died in prison by hanging, and that's while he was being accused of horrible crimes related to trafficking and minors.
I will say this every time. I will say this every time. I still don't believe that he's dead. I still don't have any reason to believe that he was not flown back to the island, because that's the most rational thing. Yep. So it's no wonder why this has been covered up so well. No wonder.
So this guy is not a good guy. He was part of the op along with Daniel Syed, who was also scouting on behalf of Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. They had their agreement. Here's a sample of how this would work. Jeffrey Epstein asked him to take a full body shot of someone. Daniel Syed says, now she is really skinny, I will do Polaroid. Jeffrey Epstein asks for a copy of her passport and then asks, how many tickets do you want for Woody, meaning Woody Allen? He says 2. Okay, thank you. Full body if possible. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, doesn't look too happy. Comments on her body. And then he says she is very sweet. I'll skip a few of the sordid details here. They comment about her body extensively. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, I sent a request that she want to come out to Paris on Sunday. He says, I will invite to come. And this is basically how it worked. Daniel Syed flew around the world looking for women, sending photos to Jeffrey Epstein, who then would get a copy of their passports and bring them to the States. Here's an example of this. Daniel Syed brings him a girl. They didn't redact his name, but I'm going to do it. He says, very nice, easygoing, dream to work in the United States or visit the United States working as a model in Dubai. He asks age. Daniel says 22 or 23. I forgot to ask her. She looks younger. I have her number if you want to call her. She was going to send this evening. And this happens over and over. At one point, he talks about a Thai actress. Jeffrey Epstein says he can see her on Wednesday, and then he complains that she wants to meet in a restaurant. I don't do that in New York, and then says she didn't even respond. Not nice. The point is, a lot of these girls were looking to come to the United States for one reason or another, for some kind of dream. They would ask for passports or visas, and then ultimately get sent here by this network of people who would later be accused of trafficking or other abuses. Now, to be clear,
Just like, oh yeah, come, we'll help you out. We'll help you get your green card and passport. But you're gonna have to do some stuff. Ah, shit! God damn it. Where were we?
Passports and bring them to the States. Here's an example of this. Daniel Syed brings him a girl. They didn't redact his name, but I'm going to do it. He says, very nice. See her on Wednesday, and then he complained. Nice. The point is, a lot of these girls were looking to come to the United States for one reason or another, for some kind of dream. They would ask for passports or visas, and then ultimately get sent here by this network of people who would later be accused of trafficking or other abuses. Now, to be clear, there have not been charges against Daniel Syed, and the government, remember, says they have no evidence.
This is not just prostitution, homie. That, like, I mean, slavery's been happening forever too. No big deal, right? Prostitution is the consensual exchange of money for sex. Not promising that you're going to be a model in America and then be like, psych, you gotta get fucked by 3 heads of state. That's wild that you're coping for Epstein. That is wild.
To go even predicate an investigation against.
Let's talk about marijuana though, right? Marijuana is so bad. But Jeffrey Epstein, no big deal, says Santa. That's crazy. We'll see a lot of people go to jail. You see James Comey, Ray, Fauci, and many more. I agree with you, but I would not hold your breath. I would not hold your breath.
Charge third parties. So it's a little bit bizarre to be reading about this scouting operation for Jeffrey Epstein, the way he recruited girls, and then be told, yeah, nothing to.
Are you serious? Wait, so do you? I just want to be clear. Do you think that Jeffrey Epstein did anything wrong? That's what I need to hear from you. Do you believe Jeffrey Epstein did anything wrong with women?
See here, yeah, one of the scouts was like this, like who himself in jail. But yeah, no, there's no one else here, even though there's definitely guys floating around. Even though we literally have redacted defendants in our old draft of an indictment. We have nothing to do. We can't possibly imagine doing anything. And that brings me to one of the frustrating parts of these whole files is the redactions. I mean, I know I've been over this, but it's a different thing. In the past, the files were sort of overly redacted to protect people. The problem this time is not only are a lot of people still being protected, like literally the names of the people they were going to charge, you couldn't.
Yep. Now, again, I've heard that it is possible that the reason some of the potential co-conspirators have been redacted is because the federal government is already working on that. But yeah, like if you're saying, well, okay, exactly. But these, we're not talking about grown women. And even if we're talking about someone who's 18 or 19, like, okay, technically by our laws, that's an adult, but like these are people, these are victimized people. That's crazy. That is heartless. I don't know how you could say that.
Argue those are victims, but the work was just done so sloppy that oftentimes you'll find that the DOJ has uploaded two documents that are functionally identical and they redacted one but not the other, letting you see what's ultimately.
You have weird and gross opinions. I'm going to say you have weird and gross opinions. Sorry. Not sorry.
Behind the mask, which is dumb because sometimes the thing they're redacting is Jeffrey Epstein's name. Or other times it's somebody who clearly is not a victim because then you see the non-redacted copy and you're like, yeah, that's clearly not a victim. So it's a little strange what they seem to have done here. Let me give you a for instance. So we have this message from somebody whose name is blacked out and we see participants and then we see Jeffrey Epstein is involved, right? And it says, we need to work around your 38. We need to push back on the lies, then crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Now, I want to know who's doing that? Who's trying to
Yes, I am biased against sex trafficking. Are you not? Are you willing to hear out the sex traffickers? This isn't it's not a question. He's been convicted. We have the files. What bias am I? What are you talking about? It sounds like you do. That's why I'm asking you these questions. You just said no big deal. You just said no big deal. We're literally talking about young girls. Maybe some are over 18, many not. And you said no big deal. So if I'm confused, it's because you're using the wrong words. You don't demand that I take back what I say. Right? What do you think sex trafficking is, bro? So what would I take back? What do you want me to take back? You're a fucked up dude who said that sex trafficking minors is no big deal. Or excuse me, you don't support the pedophiles. Just as long as they're prostitutes, you can sex traffic. That's insane. That's insane. Do you understand how insane that is? Holy shit. Holy shit. He says, no big deal. No big deal. You did, though, because it's on the screen right now. Right now, it says no big deal when we're specifically talking about prostitutes being sex trafficked. And you said no big deal. That's what we're talking about. So if you're having a different conversation, then again, it's your fault that I'm confused. Shout out to Captain Ridiculous. Like I said, I don't expect any real type of convictions of people in power, but I hope so. But I don't see it. See, Axel knows. That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. I have no reason to believe he's not back on the island or in Israel or something. There's no reason to believe that. There's no reason to believe that. Once we can agree that anyone on OEP is a prostitute, yes, obviously, if you're on OEP, you are a prostitute. Okay, again, what am I confused about? We are watching a video about Jeffrey Epstein trafficking women, and you said they're prostitutes. It's no big deal. Prostitutes, no big deal. What am I confused about? What am I confused about? Oh, I'm not. You're just trying to walk back the fact that you said sex trafficking is no big deal because of the fact that these are sex workers. That's insane. These people were, as we just saw, these people were not sex workers. They were models. They were contracted as models and then thrown into this. But it's no big deal, according to you.
Rebuild Jeffrey Epstein's image, right? Well, we go ahead, we scroll down, and we see that Jeffrey Epstein sends something. He says, in any bar where drinking age is 18, and you see the participant is once again blacked out. But underneath it, in a separate file, we see Steve Bannon, a famous political figure, is in here, and he's saying the same thing. He says, first, we need to push back on the lies and crush the trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Guys, why did you censor out his name? Or like, why was that censored at all? I don't understand. And I certainly don't understand why Jeffrey Epstein's name in this one is censored. So Jeffrey's not censored in this one, but Bannon is, and then Bannon's not censored in this one, and Epstein is. And sometimes this creates the bizarre impression that they are censoring for victim names or for some like kind of victim status or for some reason. And then you see the other file and you're like, why did you do this? It's just very poorly done.
Wait, let's walk through this. Let's walk through this, because either I'm confused or you're confused. What happens? We have these recruiters, right? That's just like, oh, it sounds weird, but yeah, they're recruiting for talent. Okay, so we've got these recruiters. These dudes are looking for young women who want to be models. They may or may not be of age, but they are young nonetheless. They are in poor circumstances, and they explicitly want to get U.S. passports. So they say, yes, you can come with me and be a model, and I will bring you to the United States. And then they don't and sell them into sex slavery. So what part of that is no big deal? As you said in your own words, no big deal. So what is no big deal? I keep asking you, and you keep not saying it. I keep asking you, what is no big deal? We'll leave it up there until you say, no, what you're confused about. Okay, fine. If you know more, then tell me what the fuck you're talking about. You said no big deal. What about this is no big deal? What about this is no big deal? That is the next thing you need to say.
Throughout, that's just something I wanted to comment on, is not only did they once again not fully redact things because they were sloppy, but also like victims' names got stuck in this, like girls' names appear sometimes, and like I'm not sure, are they supposed to be redacted?
I understand. So because Jeffrey Epstein got paid for these girls, which technically makes them prostitutes, it's okay that they were unjustly taken from under the idea that they were going to be models, and now they're being sold. You know a lot about this, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you not understand that there's not two groups? Yeah, but they did, motherfuckers. That's what we're talking about. They didn't get that money. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell got that money. I thought you knew about this, bro. I thought you knew. Oh, you know way more about this. You think these are people just coming in and out and just hanging out? What in the fuck? That's what I'm thank God you guys are here. Thank God you guys are here. Because if I was just, I thought maybe I'm going crazy. Like, did I miss something? That there's a part of this that is no big deal? It's no big deal to prostitute young girls who never wanted to be prostituted. What? What? That's an entirely different thing. If you go to a local massage parlor and get that, that has nothing to do with Epstein. What are you talking about? Is that what you think? Is that what you think was happening on Epstein Island? That he was gainfully employing a bunch of women and they just decided to go there? Is that what you think? That is why you need to watch this video, because very clearly very clearly you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Shout out to Nexus Abyss in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Yep, we are rolling up and chilling. I got my roll up ready to go. Got my whole setup there. And then a bunch of people here didn't really hadn't seen the CoffeeZilla video, and I had to I had to bring that up. But it said it that like shout out to Leslie Sumo. I'm gonna come back to this. Like, yes, it is a problem if a 17-year-old girl or younger is taken under the guise of being a model and then sold into sex slavery. It's not a big deal just because she's 18 and that same thing happens. Do you agree or do you disagree with that? Because it sounds like you disagree. That, oh, well, she's 18, so she's a prostitute. No big deal. It's only the underage ones that get stolen from home and sold into slavery that matters. That's what it sounds like you're saying. So if that's not what you're saying, I'm asking you, what is it that you didn't say? What is it that you're saying is no big deal? And you keep not answering. Which leads me to believe that you're walking back where you say, well, the girls that were overage, even though they were stolen away and sold into slavery, it doesn't matter because they weren't underage. That is an insane position, and you know a lot less about this than you thought, if that's your position. Sorry, Leslie Simo, welcome to the party. In 1971, a corporate lawyer, corporate lawyer, or a lawyer for the core, wrote a memo about how corporations should pool money together to buy/bribe both political parties. In 1972, that lawyer became Supreme Court Justice, and the CIA got caught breaking into Democratic offices to steal up research on the last few Dems that would go to legalize bribery. What I'm saying is that both Dems and GOP have the same donors on this, and this is both a GOP and Democrat problem. Indeed. I will shout at whoever the fuck I want. You're coping for sex slavery, so I will shout at you. Okay, so which part of it is no big deal? Which part? What were you talking about when you said this? What were you talking about when you said these things? That's all I want to know. That's all I want to know. What were you talking about? What is it is no big deal? What is no big deal? Just tell me no big deal is. This is no big deal. Just say those things. Just say those things. And yet you still can't answer the question. You still can't answer the question. Now you're going to... You're yelling at me and you're full of shit. I just said words and now I don't know how to back them up. What is no big deal? You said it's no big deal. What is no big deal? You said these girls are being sold into prostitution. It's no big deal. What is no big deal? You tell me. You tell me. Because to me, this is a big deal.
Names got stuck in this. Like, girls' names appear sometimes, and like, I'm not sure, are they supposed to be redacted? Because they're redacted over here. They're not over here. I can kind of figure out who it is. It's just kind of a mess. I needed to point that out. You know, other times we have things like this, like Brock Pierce, a co-founder of Tether, also known as the biggest stable coin in the world. He sent a message to Jeffrey Epstein with the subject line Anastasia, and then it's just a bunch of...
Got it. So you're saying, in general, prostitution is no big deal. Great addition to the conversation. Back to Epstein, where the prostitution is a big deal because they're sex trafficked, you moron.
Of redacted stuff with a few untitled JPEGs in here. And so, you know, you're thinking to yourself, what is this? Is he sending some illicit media? Like, what is this? Well, then we have this page where it wasn't redacted. I put that little dark square. I didn't know if this should have been redacted or not. It's like a bunch of JPEGs. Now, does that contain victims? Is Brock Pierce sending photos of victims? I don't know because of the way the government did this. But underneath, it says, the Ukraine is now my favorite country, smiley face, Brock Pierce, with the subject line, Anastasia. I don't know what to make of that. I'm just saying, the redactions, like the way they did this.
All right, you guys choose. Is the guy who says that Jeffrey Epstein is no big deal, is he the moron or am I the moron? I don't know how to help you from here. Surprise astronaut. Welcome. The best way to unfuck your life is to subscribe to this channel. Guys, I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and just like right now, sometimes whenever I feel like it. So come on through, hit that subscribe. You know YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well hit the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Yeah, I mean, thank you. Clearly, everybody is on the same page but you, Santa. Everybody's on the same page as you. We're talking about the most recent CoffeeZilla video about Epstein, and someone doesn't fully understand what's going on because he says the prostitution is no big deal, even though these women were sex trafficked, many of which may have been overage, but were still sold into slavery. I mean, we've got it right here, brother. We've got it right here. Run the tape back. Run the tape back.
Is not good. But now let's return to Steve Bannon and his "we're going to crush the trafficking" narrative, because this guy,
that might be what it is. There might be an aspect of like, this is somehow potentially, going to make Trump look bad, so I'm going to cope for it. It could be that. I don't know Santa well enough to think that that's what he's doing, but it's weird. It's weird how many people are ignoring the fact that Trump tried to cover this up. Greatest president of my fucking lifetime. All politicians are awful, and Trump is clearly one of them. And this was a big cover-up. All of those things can be true at the same time. Lacino said, Santana trying to, I call him Santa, trying to mitigate files and sex trafficking because his political party is involved in covering it up. Sounds like it. Sounds like it. Let's see more of what is being covered up.
And his "we're going to crush the trafficking" narrative, because this guy, oh boy, has been revealed in the files to being like Jeffrey's right-hand PR man. I mean, this guy was filming basically a documentary about Jeffrey Epstein in order to rehabilitate his image. And some of it has actually leaked to the public. It's been interesting to watch how that's been received. But the funny thing is that originally Jeffrey Epstein's plan was to just do a YouTube video, like an apology.
Wait a minute. Jeffrey Epstein is no big deal, but Trump is the worst. Okay, dude, if that's what you think, then there is nothing I can say to you. Holy shit.
Old school 2016, turn on the camera for authenticity and saying, he says, "Do you think I can do my own video interview and upload it to YouTube? No sandbagging, interview format, or like a diary piece." Steve Bannon says, if you do an interview, it can't be like Johnny does a YouTube. It has to be amazingly professional and perfectly cut. Then Jeffrey Epstein responds, Woody, we assume Woody Allen, because they were close, said he would help edit. Not sure how to stage, what points to make, but better than trying to do an interview that I have no experience doing. Goal is to humanize the monster. Anything written carries little weight, to which Steve Bannon replies, yes, Jeffrey.
So this is Steve Bannon and Epstein trying to plan the documentary that came out to try to make him look better. Steve Bannon and Woody Allen trying to help Jeffrey Epstein rehab his image. Both sides. Nobody is clean in this.
Jeffrey Epstein, should it be an interview format, interviewed by me? They start talking about, like, how do we do this? Humor, apology, how did I get rich? Question mark, topics. They're brainstorming. How do we trick the public into seeing me?
Where's my projection whistle? Projection! Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein's no big deal, but I only see the truth that I want to see. Okay, bro.
As more than a monster. Now, funny enough, right before this, Jeffrey Epstein asks about a dinner with Woody, and then he says, or too many pedos in one place. And you got to love the self-awareness there. Now, I don't know what he meant by that. To be clear, I'm not making that accusation against Woody Allen. We'll talk about him in a second. That's Jeffrey Epstein saying that. I think what's interesting to point out, though, is how all these rich and powerful people are circling the wagons to try to protect Jeffrey Epstein's reputation, right? This is a guy who at this point has been known for years to have pled guilty to these 2008 charges. This was an open secret. And so Steve Bannon goes along though anyways, and he films this documentary. Now, what's interesting is he starts talking about the documentary and he starts saying, I'm watching our second hour now. Guys were blown away. I didn't think it was as strong at the time, but I was wrong. Need huge part about threat of AI versus reality, threat of climate change. And this is where the notes start going back and forth of how can we get you to think of other things? So part of the conceit of this big interview of Jeffrey Epstein was to try to humanize him and actually present him as this genius, everyman, quirky guy with a few
We just want, Jeffrey Epstein, that billionaire, that genius, that party guy. Oh no, but let's keep that one at the side. But we just, all this good stuff, says Steve Bannon. Like, no big deal, right?
Laws, right? They knew they couldn't run away from the crimes. To quote, in Bannon's words, yes, of course, but we must counter rapists who traffics in female children to be raped by world's most powerful, richest men. That can't be redeemed. Can't redeem the unredeemable. You are a lot of things which we will show, but you are not that. Bannon is aware that, like, they can't fully embrace the Epstein thing. They have to kind of make it about more than that. And if you see the YouTube clip going around, that's what that is. And it's been so interesting to watch the reaction because you see, even for people who've been prepped with the idea that this is basically propaganda, some of them still fall for it. They post things like, Cat Bro is casually confirming the world's conspiracies because he's talking about 2008. But guys, that's the whole deception. They're like trying to be like, hey, this guy, this horrible monster, he's going to tell you the secrets of the inside club. So you think more, that's the whole thing. That's how they're getting away with this. It's not some kind of, oh, he happened to want to talk about this. This is all premeditated.
Yeah, that's sad. Sad but true, right? Sad but true. Bannon knows how to get done what he wants to get done. Sadly. Lone Wolf said, if Jeffrey Epstein is no big deal, but Trump is worse, sounds like you call evil good and good evil. And I'm not even saying Trump is good.
This has gone through revisions. They even call Jeffrey Epstein the smartest guy in the room.
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room.
Now you say that?
You know that.
It's honestly ridiculous. Anyone believes a false conceit of, you're obviously the smartest man in the room. You can tell us the world's secrets. I mean, this guy, honestly, he talks about some of his engagements, like with the Rockefeller board, and he tries to say that owning a calculator is why he got that.
It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already.
We know what calculators are, bro. We know what calculators. Guys, don't forget, Morty is chilling over here and is dying for some treats. Every single donation, 99 cents or more, will, and that's the lowest amount. So any donation. Yep, here we go. Israel. But I mean, he definitely was working for Israel, right? I mean, I definitely am not with the whole sanctions behind everything, but
advanced on Wall Street. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculate.
According to you, that's no big deal, right? That's no big deal, right? I thought you said that's no big deal. No principles, just positions. Delay. You can't make this shit up.
On Wall Street. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. Places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board, potentially sit on the finance committee?
So we're honestly supposed to believe that Jeffrey Epstein got into this prestigious Rockefeller board because he had a calculator, but also that he's the smartest guy in the room, the smartest man on Wall Street. And let's not talk about those horrific crimes he committed because, he's not really such a bad guy after all. But it wasn't just Steve Bannon that was trying to humanize or giving advice on how to humanize Epstein. It was also Richard Branson, the famous billionaire. He was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein saying, "Dear Jeffrey, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you're in the area, would love to see you as long as you bring your harem." I don't know. That's not that ambiguous, guys. I think we can imagine what that means. But anyways, he says, one, I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him.
Do you guys think that there was certain people who are better at being low key, and because and if you've been in the drug world, certain people be like, hey, can I get 3 grams of marijuana? And then other people be like, yo, I just got the bread for 3 G's or whatever. Keeping it just a little bit low key and not spelling it out. Over here, Richard Branson's like, yo, you got your harem? You think Epstein was like, bro, can you fucking chill a little bit? Or like, yeah, we got a harem. We run the world. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we say. They will never catch us.
Imagine what that means. But anyways, he says, one, I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old and were punished for it, that you've more than learned your lesson and have done nothing that's against the law since. And yes, as a single man, you have a penchant for women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines. He's giving him PR advice.
That's the line. That's the line. I only, says Jeffrey Epstein, slept with one underage girl. Yikes. Yikes.
How to get your reputation back. Hey, Jeffrey, privately, I loved you. You can come back anytime with your harem. Jeffrey Epstein responds, nice seeing you. Thanks for your hospitality. I appreciate your public relations thoughts. Now, according to the New York Times, a Branson representative said the two had a business meeting and stressed the women were adults and had not attended the meeting. All above board. That's what everyone says, by the way. Remember what Elon Musk said, right? That's the playbook. Admit nothing, deny everything. Speaking of, remember Howard Lutnick, who we showed on video saying that he had never seen Epstein since 2005?
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
Although also calling him the greatest
Just philandering.
blackmailer ever.
This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Well, also according to the Times, Lutnick said he spent zero time with him, even though there are emails basically to the contrary, where Epstein is saying, nice seeing you after the conviction. I mean, these people, not only are they lying, they won't even admit when they've been caught lying. But now let's talk about Prince Andrew, too, who was caught lying over a woman at some kind of a party. I mean, just not a good. This
More
is
ways
just not.
than one.
This is not doing you any favors. You know, I know Prince Andrew soon will probably be on the comeback tour. It's going to be a bunch of highly paid PR execs. Maybe Steve Bannon can jump in, shoot another 5-hour podcast trying to rehabilitate him. Like, Prince Andrew, what's the secret behind the royal family?
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room.
But again, has he
Bro, just give it up. Like, just go away. Just go away. You're sitting here trying to crawl back from saying that Jeffrey Epstein is no big deal as long as they're overage because they're technically prostitutes. If I don't want credibility with people like you. If that's what you think, and then ironically, you're asking the question that I asked to you when at fucking 7:17 over half an hour ago, I said, okay, wait, just to be clear, no big deal to what? And you wouldn't answer. And now you're trying to say that I'm losing credibility. If I'm losing credibility with you, that means I must be doing something right. Shout out to Edge of the South. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So I asked for a trash bag at one of my old jobs, and a coworker tried to sell me some weed. Hey, that's low key. That's low key. Yeah, I'm fucked if I don't have your support. Oh no! Oh no!
he admitted anything? Has he denied everything? Now, we should also probably talk about Noam Chomsky as well, the guy behind the book Manufacturing Consent, which in hindsight, maybe we should have suspected something. But either way, he also sends some reputational advice to his buddy, Jeffrey Epstein. He says, I watched the horrible way you've been treated by the press and public. It's painful to say, but I think the best way to proceed is to ignore it when the vultures dearly want is a public response, which then provides a public opening. In general, I think it's best not to react unless directly questioned, particularly.
Okay, exactly. So then we understand that you say, as long as they're above age, if they were lied to and sold into sex slavery, no big deal. That's what you said every time. And I said, I just want to make sure that that's what you're saying. And then you said a whole bunch of other shit. And then you started attacking me. So we are clear that you believe that when you said no big deal to prostitution, that if a girl is over 18 and says she wants to model and wants to come to the United States and someone brings her here and then sells her into sex slavery, that you say it's no big deal because she's not underage. Well, I'll take the time. I'll find the one where you specifically said no underage so that we can be completely fair. Because I understand what you think you're saying. I understand that you think that there's two different groups, that there's trafficked little girls and regular just prostitutes. That's not what this is. That's what this video I'm showing you is specifically saying. But I'm making it up, right? I don't know anything. I mean, okay, I'm just watching what has been in the files. It's literally, we're literally looking at the files. Yep, but no big deal, right? No big deal. There we go. So they're underage. That is the problem. So if someone is of age, yeah, I got you. I got you. Oh shit! Did I pull it? Did I start? Let's make sure I start it, so I don't have to follow it again. Starred, right? Okay, perfect. So now we got it. Now it's starred. So now, in your opinion, as long as the person being sold into sex slavery is above age, it's no big deal. It's prostitution. That is an insane position or a grave lack of understanding of what we are talking about. You pick.
Response, which then provides a public opening. In general, I think it's best not to react unless directly questioned, particularly in the current mood. That's the best advice I can think of. No. Now, he sends that to Matthew Hiltzik of Hiltzik Strategies, who is a also famous PR guy, I guess, trying to help Epstein, I assume, who responds.
Again, Santa, I understand that in general, you are saying that prostitution is not a big deal. That's not what we are talking about. We're not talking about some lady who decides to start an OF or some lady who decides to go walk the streets and a John comes. That's not what we are talking about. That's why I'm showing you this video, because this video is showing you that they are explicitly saying that's not what is happening. It is not willing participants. It is people who have been sold into this. And so it doesn't matter how old they are. Do you understand that now? Do you understand that it's not just about people who are okay with sharing sex for cash? It's about people who are not okay with that and are being forced to do it anyway. That is what we are talking about. Are we on the same page now? Like I said, they're trying to sanitize the Epstein files because Trump is implicated. And when they thought it was just Bill Clinton and other Dems, they had a completely different attitude. Yep. It's a team game. Just too many people. This is real life.
Bonds, I think that is wise. Now, later talking with Bannon, Epstein loops in Hiltzik again. He says, Matt Hiltzik thought your idea was epic. Hypocrisy of the liberal left. And he says, yep, he would confidentially like to sit and help if you like. This is Matthew Hiltzik. You know, a lot of powerful people basically were bending over backwards, left, right, center, trying to rehabilitate this guy's image. And the question is, why? Why were all these guys so interested in their precious Jeffrey Epstein if they had no involvement? I mean, that's the
Well, because, of course, they were involved.
part I can't figure out it, because all of them deny it. All of them don't admit anything. And so what exactly is the problem? But now it's time to talk about Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. He was also in the files. Jeffrey was copied on an email talking about Kimball's 40th birthday, where the password to the secret party was riot. And then in all caps, Boris, the sender of this email, says, I am not joking about the password. This was in 2012 in September. And now that's important because a little bit later, Kimball Musk is emailing Boris Nikolic and Jeffrey Epstein, and he's talking to them about being connected with some redacted name and saying, I believe you both played a role, whatever that means. Now, whether this was at the party or, right after their meeting in October, I don't know. But what's interesting is Boris responds and says, Kimball, just FYI, you better be nice to redacted. Jeffrey goes crazy when someone mistreats his girls/friends. So better be very nice to her. Kimball Musk responds, message received, wide and clear. Then he says, seriously, I'm very happy with my time so far with Jennifer. She's great. Now, again, was that supposed to be a redacted name we just read? Like, I don't know. They've been redacting it in earlier emails, and all of a sudden you just get Jennifer. I can't really figure that out. But what I can figure out is that a little while later, a few days later, Jeffrey Epstein gets an email. Now, we know Kimball credits the meetup and says Boris and Epstein were responsible in some way for this. But now Jeffrey Epstein's being emailed about Jen's schedule. Is that Jennifer?
Sure. When you said the prostitution is no big deal in a conversation about Jeffrey Epstein, I misunderstood that you were talking about a random massage parlor and not talking about the conversation that we're having. Fair? Good.
I mean, it seems like it because Jen's schedule for the rest of the year, and it seems like the assistant has copy and pasted Jen's response because she says, Sue, these would be dates in November, and then starts saying, this, she can go to New York.
What the fuck is happening? I feel like I did explicitly ask you to explain yourself, and then you didn't, but hey, I'll take the L that, I didn't understand. I misunderstood that you were talking about random massage parlors when we were talking about Jeffrey fucking Epstein. My bad.
New York. She says the 29th to the 7th, she's free. Kimball to New York. Then she says Kimball, Jen, London. Kimball, Jen, London to Morocco, ? Then she has a break. And then it's Jen, Kimball, St. Bart's, assuming we're not sick of each other by the end of November. Now, I can't figure out why is she running this schedule about when she's hanging out with Kimball, who Jeffrey set her up with. Like, why is she running this by Elon Musk? To be clear, I don't know. You know, there could be, I guess, innocent explanations for this. Maybe, I don't know. But all I see are constant, powerful people.
I'm about to time you out. This is getting annoying now. You literally just, you should admit that you did it. And I did that. And you're still bitching. Shut up or be timed out. Jesus fucking Christ. You are a little woman. Holy fuck. Just fucking maulding like a 5-year-old girl.
Either being intro to girls, talking about the harem, talking about beautiful ladies, and the FBI, they can't figure it out. They have no evidence to even investigate third parties. Why? I guess because they're rich and powerful. Around the world, we're seeing resignations. We're seeing people lose their status. But here in the United States, we've got like multiple presidents in the files. We've got the world's richest man in the files, several of the world's richest men in the files, and we just can't drum up any kind of evidence. It's just incredible to me. Now, I also want to talk about another rich and powerful person, and that is Peter Attia. He's a podcast bro. He's a longevity expert. And actually, funny enough, I read his book, and that's going to come into play here in a second because, oh boy, did I get some additional context. But let's start here with something that Peter Attia sent Jeffrey Epstein. He says, subject, got a fresh shipment. And then Epstein responds, me too. And there's a completely redacted image. Is that a girl? Is this bad redactions? You know, we don't know, although we'll find out in a second because later Peter responded to this. But Peter says, please tell me you found that picture online. Jeffrey responds, got a fresh shipment. Afraid not. Peter responds, you know the biggest problem with becoming friends with you. The life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul. Why, Peter?
Damn. Well, that doesn't sound or look good.
Why can't you tell a soul? Why don't you tell us now? Now that it's all out in the open, why don't you tell us why you can't tell a soul the secrets or the life that Epstein leads? And then we get another redacted photo, right? And then some more images. And Peter says, please tell me that's not where you actually are. And Jeffrey says, you can see the gym in the middle, just me and four. And Peter says, I think you might have a more interesting life than the Dos Equis guy. Is this off the coast of France? No, it's my island in the Caribbean near St. Thomas. If you go to Google Earth and type in Little St. James. Beautiful. Isn't that nice? Behind closed doors, it's beautiful. In public, you know, we'll hear about what a monster this guy is, right? But behind closed doors, when nobody's watching, oh, it's beautiful. There's some other stuff Peter Attia said, which I'm not going to get into. I don't think it's very,
They're all in on it. This has to be, you have to take away from this an understanding that there is a class of people that both have power and can use it and also engage in this behavior. Doesn't mean everyone who has power is necessarily doing the worst of the worst, but it's really hard to believe that anybody is in this network that didn't, at the very least, know explicitly that illegal activity, maybe not exactly what happened, but at least that illegal activity was a normal occurrence on this island. And nobody said shit. Left or right.
Appropriate for medical professionals to be saying such things, but this wasn't all business, right? This wasn't just doctor-patient kind of stuff. There's a lot of guy talk, a lot of banter between the fellas about ladies. And maybe that's why Peter Attia says that hopefully Jeffrey Epstein is in town when I'm back in 2 weeks. I go into Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal when I don't see him. So guys, these two were close. I mean, apparently so close that, Peter Attia goes into withdrawal when he doesn't see him. Peter Attia says, are you on island? Jeffrey Epstein says, P Beach, probably Palm Beach. And he says, what do you do when you get there? Jeffrey Epstein, guess. Peter Attia, besides that, I mean, they're not even trying to hide it, guys. This is barely code at this point. What do you do?
Is there anything that I could say to you guys? What kind of question could I answer that, well, what do you think? That I do so much that you would know. I mean, I guess the weed. Are you going to smoke tonight? What do you think? That means that it's so common. It's so common that there's not even a question that there should be some child rape going on with world leaders. That's a given. I was talking about where you're going to lunch, Jeffrey. Jesus Christ. New Generation said the confusing part is that 95% of you call this conspiracy theories for the past 10 years. Yep. Name one conspiracy. Well, there's been a lot over the last, let's say, 7 years. That's probably been the best for a conspiracy theorist. Again and again and again. Exactly. What the little... That's racist. Larry said, I point out how Dems are on the list. Crickets. I point out Trump is on the list, and Maga's like, hey, Trump's arrangements. I'm a retard. Yep. There's a lot, because I happily voted for Trump, and I will never say that I regret that vote. And that doesn't mean that, like, I'm okay to fucking, like, if something comes out that he did X, Y, and Z. I don't think he did, but I haven't personally read the files. So we will see. And you better believe if something's in there that implicates Trump, it will be out there. It will be known. And if that happens, I will fucking call for his impeachment. Until then, everything we have seen from Trump has been that he was anti-Epstein. And we can't forget that, like, because of the fact that so many powerful people were in this cabal, that there's a second layer. So we have the actual cabal. We have that second layer of people who are like, fuck, well, those people have power. I need to suck up to them. But, like, I'm not part of that. And then, it goes in concentric circles. So we have the actual cabal. We have that first layer of people who for sure knew what was going on. They're like, I don't care. I'm just going to, then, it goes out and out and out where you might know that something's going on, but you're not really sure and da-da-da-da. But people knew. People knew. Shout out to Craig. Welcome to the party. Every fucking buddy is on the list. Indeed. Well said. Somebody did say something about Epstein in 2006. It was Trump to the former chief of police. We got that from the files. It's not Trump's fault. The police didn't do anything about it. Yep. Am I okay with Trump? In what context? As the president? Yes. Am I happy that he tried to cover this up? No. It's not a political thing. It's not a political thing. If you were engaged in having sex with women who didn't want to be having sex with you, then I don't like you. It doesn't matter if you did great things for our country. Unfortunately, that supersedes it. So for right now, yes, I'm okay with Trump. I'm not happy with everything that he does, but I'm okay with Trump. This is not a very deep question. Trump's the only president to release the files. Very true. But let's not forget that he tried to not. He gave in. And I think that somebody got to him. But it is true. This has been coming up a lot. I did not know how closely connected you're talking about Chester Bennington and Chris Cornell. I didn't realize how closely connected they were to this. It's really hard because it's very clear. It's very clear that Chester Bennington had, issues. But it also makes a lot of sense that, being abused when he was younger, that this exact type of thing is what he was trying to expose. And there you go. Yeah, so Jay's saying, like, closed borders. Yes, I'm okay with Trump because there's a lot of other things happening that are unfortunately directly more relevant to my life. As horrible as it is, like whether I'm just going to pick a random name, whether a Marco Rubio specifically was on the island or was not on the island, doesn't really exactly change my day-to-day life. This does. Was there another option? Was there another option, Brian? Was there a non-baby eating party? I didn't realize that. Larry said the emails between Epstein and Wolf already implicate Trump. Michael Wolf tells Epstein, if asked about Epstein, he could save Trump jittering in a debt. Why would Trump need saving if he's innocent? Fair question. Fair question. Shout out to Blueberry Street. Welcome to the party. Remember, guys, if you're on the vertical stream and you want to be on the regular landscape stream, the link will always be pinned to the top of that chat. If you're enjoying the vertical enjoy. But either way is up to you. All right, let's Yep. All right, let's dive back into the video, and I'm on my last joint, and you guys probably got debates starting soon, so let's do it.
Guess. Well, besides that, Jeffrey, we know what you do, right? So it's so funny that the FBI's like, we don't know. We can't tell what's out there. We have no evidence, right? No evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties and then proceed to dump on us a ton of evidence, at least to investigate, right? I'm not saying these people are guilty. Obviously, all of them deny, don't admit, blame other people, say other people are responsible for everything. So that is taken as a given. I am not accusing anyone here. I'm just saying, seems like we got a few leads here, fellas. Some people to look at. Now, I want to address the fact that Peter Attia has actually responded to this whole debacle. He says the following email is what I sent my team last night. I sent a similar version to my patients as well. You put your trust, your credibility, your hard work, what we built together, and I take that responsibility seriously. You deserve a complete and honest account of what did and did not happen. I apologize. It did not get this out sooner. I wanted to be thorough. He says, I was not involved in any criminal activity. My interactions had nothing to do with his abuse or exploitation of anyone. I was never on his plane, never on his island, never present at any parties. That said, I apologize and regret putting myself in a position where emails, some of them embarrassing, tasteless, and indefensible, are now public. So it's this apology. He addresses some of the things, and he says that some of it's just banter, right? Like I said, it's just guy talk, whatever that means. He claims that his Got a Fresh shipment was in reference to a photograph of bottles of meth.
You sure about that? You're sure about that? How do you know that? Is the proof in the room with us? You're just saying things, brother. I personally don't think that Kamala Harris ate babies, but I also don't think that Trump did either. So we were talking about the parties of people. And yes, both the Democrats and the Republicans had baby eaters. So my question stands, was there another option? No, there was not. There was not. And so I will take the baby eating supporter who is going to help America over the baby eating supporter who is going to hurt America. Call me crazy. Call me crazy.
Foreman, and then Jeffrey responded with a photograph of an adult woman. I responded with crude, tasteless banter. He says one line in that exchange about his life being outrageous and me not being able to tell anyone is being interpreted as awareness of wrongdoing. That's not how I meant it at all. What I was referring to poorly and flippantly was the discretion commanded by those socials and professional circles. The idea you don't talk about who you meet. I don't know, Peter. This seems like revisionist history a little bit. I mean, personally, to me, as I'm viewing this, third hand, right? Just from the outsider perspective. Now, Peter says he did ask Jeffrey about his 2008 conviction because all this happened afterwards, right? He characterized it as prostitution-related charges. In 2018, I learned that this was grossly minimized. I was incredibly naive to believe him, and then later explains that in 2018, November, he read the Miami Herald investigative article, told him he needed to accept responsibility for what he did, and said he even asked Epstein to provide therapy to
Bam, 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 bam. Only one candidate cheered babies being murdered. Dilly fucking dilly to that. It was not Donald Trump. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. All the way to 9 months. Dilly fucking dilly. Oh man. Oh man. And this is the level of cope. It's just, I don't know you, but I say you pedo, so I win. I don't know you, but I say you pedo, so I win. You're too stupid for this conversation. Go argue with some more retards and then come back when you gain some IQ if you don't lose to the retards.
Epstein's victims, which is an interesting approach to have here. Now, the funny thing is there are some more emails between Peter Attia that we need to read. Because remember that he said he read this 2018 article from the Miami Herald. I believe it's this one by Julia K. Brown in November 28th. It's about Jeffrey Epstein assembling a large cult-like network of underage girls. But in December, Peter Attia says, home is very good, work stressful, making some changes. He asks him, what's the fallout from the recent story? Apparently talking about the Miami Herald. Now, maybe I just didn't see the emails, that where he was demanding accountability. I don't know what that's about. But Jeffrey Epstein says, same as usual, just tougher. Peter Attia says, legally, any change. Jeffrey Epstein, 0. So, I don't know. Maybe this whole you got to provide therapy to, these victims happened. I haven't seen it yet. I definitely could see it, but it's just kind of shocking. I just kind of don't buy it. Like the whole, is there any change legally? That more sounds like you're covering yourself. I mean, just to be honest. But maybe I could look past all of that if not for the thing we're about to see, which just in my mind is maybe the worst thing I've seen in the files. not for its, explicitness, the amount of simping that people did for Jeffrey Epstein. Now they all say, oh, it was a personal mistake, blah, blah, blah. I regret it. I didn't look into it enough.
What?
But the level is just,
whoopsie.
you've never seen anything like it. So remember I said I read a book by Peter Attia. It was called Outlive. And he's supposed to be this doctor who knows a lot about longevity. So he writes it, and I picked it up.
We want to go down this road? This very age-old, stupid Martin Bailey? So what is the issue? The reason that lefties make this argument about, well, you don't care when they're born. Yeah, because it's not my fucking kid. That doesn't mean I want it to die, you moron. The reason that you make this argument is because you don't understand our position. We genuinely believe that you are murdering a baby. So just because I don't want somebody murdered doesn't mean that I want the responsibility to take care of them. Do you want the bum on the street murdered? Well, then why don't you pay for his housing? Do you understand how stupid that is? Please, for your own sake, please stop using heavily debunked arguments from 15 years ago. You're just making yourself look stupid and your entire party look worse.
The rate we're getting rid of these crimes, I need to live forever in order to try to stop some of these scams. But as I pick up this book, and one of the things in the book is Peter Attia kind of reflecting internally about how he's kind of been a bit, and I'm paraphrasing here, but a bit of a psycho in his life.
Okay, I'm being a little bit petty now. But who wants to bet Let Freedom Ring went to college? Position of privilege.
And he needed to focus on family stuff. And so he it's almost a confessional of some embarrassing things in his life. And honestly, it comes off as very vulnerable, very self-reflective. He's this doctor telling other people what to do, but he's not a very good patient. That's kind of how it comes off. And one of the stories is awful. I won't go too much into it, but basically his son has this horrible medical emergency. It's described in this book like this. A few months ago, Tuesday, July 11th, 2017, that date is important. At 5:45 to be exact, I received a call from Jill, my wife. She was in an ambulance with our infant son. Now, again, I'm not going to get into the details here because, it's tragic and I'm not trying to bring that into it. What is relevant is that Peter Attia talks about how he stayed in New York and didn't show up because he was, quote, busy with his important work. Even today, just thinking about what happened, I feel nauseous about my behavior. I can't believe I did that to my family. Now, at the time I read that and I was like, well, it's at least as good that you self-reflected on that. It's horrible, but yeah, you were a bit of a psycho. But what's crazy? I mean, now we find out some of the important work. I mean, it's a little unclear, but some of the important work may have been Jeffrey Epstein, which is just, it's so dark to imagine. Remember, he says July 11th, 2017 is when this all happened. And then he says he did not come home to San Diego until Friday the following week, 10 days later. So July 11th, 2017, 2 days after this happens, he's talking to Jeffrey Epstein. And they seem to be coordinating about something. Sure, what time? Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also,
the projection. You want them murdered. But I don't care about unborn babies. I, the one who doesn't want them murdered. Holy shit. Dilly dilly to the fucking projection. You can't make this shit up. I want them to die, but you don't care about unborn babies. Mirror. A mirror.
Think about something. Sure, what time? Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket. I mean, there's no explanation for this. I mean, I didn't see this in the response from Peter. I mean, maybe he thinks he's addressing.
Yeah, and that's why they use the argument of like, well, what about after it's born? Because if you care about this, then you must feel that it's your responsibility to take care of it for the entirety of life. Otherwise, you don't actually care. It's just lowbrow, emotional arguments that don't actually make sense. I care about people not dying. I don't care about making sure that people have. Those are two different things. Those are two different things. And there's the racism. Oh, I must think this way because of white people. I can't possibly be a person who thinks for myself like you do, right? Always. I mean, it's like I could read you like a book. It's fucking pathetic.
No explanation for this. I mean, I didn't see this in the response from Peter. I mean, maybe he thinks he addresses it because he already admitted that was like scummy, but that is just, there's a reason that didn't make it into the book. That's what I'm trying to say. I didn't see that in the book when I read it. I was actually, one of the things I needed to do, my important work was seeing or talking to Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, isn't that weird? Like that's the simping that I'm talking about, is these people love this guy, or that's how it seems to me. Like, what are all these rich and powerful people doing, protecting him, missing emergencies for Jeffrey, fawning over Jeffrey, asking for Jeffrey's harem, saying their biggest problem is the life they lead is so outrageous they can't tell. So, I mean, what is going on here? And is it true they all didn't know, right? Because, I'm reading these documents and it's hard to say who exactly knew what, when, but I don't believe, remember, they're all denying it. I don't believe nobody knew.
I'm actually really, really kind of saddened by the fact that so many of you are just like politicizing this and playing like red team, blue team. Like I've been all week, I've been saying fuck Trump for trying to hide all of this shit because he has not been implicated in anything. So yeah, I just have nothing to say as I've been talking for the last an hour and 38 minutes straight. You guys are too, I need to stop. I need to stop paying attention to those of you that are too dumb to understand what I'm saying. I don't know how to reach you. You are too far beneath the IQ level necessary to understand the nuances of, yes, I voted for him. No, I don't like how he's behaving. That doesn't mean that I think he's a pedophile. There's nothing in the files that explicitly says that. Of course he's in the files because he's been the fucking president, you fucking moron.
Right? Clearly, some people knew what was going on, and there's all this kind of coded language in the files where they talk about this stuff almost in like a nudge.
And there it is. There's no nuance. Just this is the bad and this is the good. See, you're too dumb. You're too dumb. And then, of course, you say it right in there. So we got another projection. Dunning-Kruger.
Nudge kind of way. I mean, here's some Woody Allen stuff. He was in the files. He said,
for those of you on the left, what exactly do you think I'm trying to do by showing this video? What exactly do you think I'm trying to do by showing this video? I would love to see, again, like I've literally been talking shit about Trump with this entire fucking thing. You are just too brain rotted to understand, like I said, the nuance that I actually care about the sex traffickers and the victims not playing a team game. I am literally speechless. I am literally speechless.
Like a nudge kind of way. I mean, here's some Woody Allen stuff. He was in the files. He says his business office, if you can make out the check to me, it looks very bad because then it looks like a gift to me. He says that to Epstein. He says, I don't want to be one of your women, or should I say girls? And what's that? How do we, come on, guys. Woody says, I would be much more expensive than your girls. You wouldn't be able to afford me. Jeffrey responds, yes, the price to pay would be too.
Which pedophile am I defending? Which pedophile am I defending? Oh, none of them.
Too high. Woody says this will be a beautiful friendship. And then Jeffrey says, as long as I follow orders, smiley face. Woody Allen sends a message saying Woody says the exact same thing, but in a dirtier way. Jeffrey responds, what did he say? Woody Allen, are you kidding? I can't put it in writing.
Video.
I mean, no evidence, got no evidence.
We're literally watching a video exposing that. That's what I'm doing. I'm saying, hey, look how bad the elite pedophiles are. And you take from that, I say, elite pedophiles bad, and you think he's defending pedophiles. Liberal logic.
Come on. I think I see a little bit of evidence. I'm squinting, but I think I can see a little bit of evidence. I mean, guys, like Jeffrey Epstein right here, where he's talking to a guy. He says Paris with Woody, and the person responds for le pedophile convention. And Jeffrey says, I think pedophile is the plural. I mean, no evidence. I mean, is that no evidence? That's nothing. We don't even want to question these people. There's no investigations going on. So yeah, it's honestly really sad to see how, look, I'm not saying people around the world are having crazy consequences, but a few people are resigning. Thank goodness. You know, a few people are at least facing a little bit of scrutiny, but here Elon Musk lays out the playbook apparently for our guys. You know, we admit nothing.
I think that's about as far as it's gonna go. I think it's as far as it's gonna go. Sucks for you because I'm an atheist, so you swearing to nothing. Yeah, I think people resigning is as far as it's gonna go. We are not getting any real arrests. I don't even think we're gonna get any significant resignations. I think that everybody is going to, everybody's going to find some way to push this along and go to the next level. You know, like I was saying, the cabal people are going to make the second layer people the fall guys. If the second layer people can make the third level people, and it's going to go down like that. Ain't nobody of importance going to get arrested.
Of scrutiny, but here Elon Musk lays out the playbook apparently for our guys. You know, we admit nothing, we deny everything, and we blame others. We just push the spotlight onto other people. And unfortunately, that's what you've seen the whole time from all the people in the files. You know, all of them say, oh, I was so happy these files came out. It's about shining accountability and justice for the victims, but I had nothing to do with it. Okay, so then where's the justice for the victims? So nobody, you know, all of you say somebody else had something to do with it, but everybody says nobody had anything to do with it. The FBI says they don't have any other, you know, investigations, any other kind of leads, despite the fact we have one of the procurers of the women just walking free, apparently, like no charges against him. Have we investigated him? I mean, it's just shocking how much the Epstein files show the powerful, how they protect their own, how so many of them knew what was going on to the extent they found out later. A lot of them tried to protect Epstein, like literally make PR campaigns for his reputation. And this is a dark look at the state of the world, honestly, because Epstein happened a while ago, but the reason everyone cares is because there's other Epsteins around, right? There's other people evading accountability all the time. There's other people that this band of billionaires and power brokers and PR people, even lawmakers, they circle the wagons and protect their own to the point you can never get accountability for anything. So anyway, that's it. It's a hard look at the Epstein files, but it's one we needed to do. But I want to make the disclaimer once again that, look, I've tried to read people's individual denials where I could, but you should just assume everyone that we are talking about firmly denies any kind of criminal wrongdoing. They deny anything untoward about any kind of minors. And given the fact that our government doesn't seem to want to investigate anyone, I would just assume everybody here is completely clear. And so I want to get all those caveats in here because we are talking about some very powerful people with enormous.
But yeah, so clearly it's the notion of trying to politicize this is really sad, because this should again be on yeah, just because you're too stupid to fucking understand it doesn't mean I don't know. I can't. So we should all be on the same page because we should be collectively against this. But so many of you are on both sides are politicizing it, and that is going to be their protection. So you are literally. I know that you said you don't hate Trump, so therefore, without any evidence, he's a pedophile and you're bad. But you are literally creating the circumstances for these elite pedophiles to get away with what we know they have been doing, because you are politicizing it, and you are going to continue to create this left-right dynamic instead of a human dynamic where we want to get rid of the people who actually did horrible things. Not, oh, Trump was mentioned because somebody sent him an article about this, or he was mentioned telling the police that he was a really bad guy, that they should look into it. It's sad and it's pathetic. And I mean, I wish I thought better of you guys in general. But I certainly shouldn't have, and it makes perfect sense that you guys are coming in here and making it all about Trump when it's just not about that. And again, I've been all week, I've been saying how pissed off I am, or pissed off I have been at Trump for his role in the cover-up. But because you are unable to see any nuance in anything, and everything is just, are you the good team? Are you the bad team? Then it doesn't sound to you like, oh, good team? Did you say good team? And because it doesn't sound like that to you, then you don't understand it. So I mean, it's really fucking pathetic, but hopefully you guys can grow the fuck up and realize that this isn't a game. This isn't something cute. This isn't something to be won. This is a real thing that's happening. And you should care about the reality of it. You should care about the victims. You should care about the people who are actually doing this in real life, instead of acting like you just want to win a game of politics. It's really fucking pathetic. It's really fucking sad. But hopefully, you've learned from this. Hopefully you've learned from this. I don't think so either. But hey, I tried my best. Shout out to Avery signing up as a new member, but a member for 10 months. Thank you so very, very much, sir. And I was going to be a dick, but I'm not going to say it. All right. Thank you so very, very much, guys. Again, if you are new here, please hit that subscribe. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So, where's it? Oh yeah, hit that subscribe, and YouTube touches those notifications. Actually, hold on. Let's see what everybody's up to. Let's see what's going on here. Should we join the panel? Let's see what they're up to.
Well, I'd probably also argue, especially once you get toward the later stages of life and you have to start and you don't make a will, just common law, intercede in the fact when you pass down your assets.
It'll go to the next of kin. But common law is also not something that's acceptable in every single state.
Yeah. But I think in no states does it automatically happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, let's go spice this up.
But that's not what Rich said, I don't think. He was saying that they're counting, but I don't know why that would happen. They're only counting. If you don't consider it American.
All right, here we go. Just for a little while. Let's see if they're mean. If I get kicked off, then I'm never coming back. This is the only opportunity they have to have me come back.
I read it, okay, but we're just not gonna see this the same way, Grilled Paul. It's good to see you, Indian Jesus. Wait, give me a thumbs up. Is your name usually this? Okay, it is Indian Jesus. Sorry, your name confused me. How's it going?
Goody. How you guys been?
I've been doing well. How about you?
Not bad. We're just, I did a roll up and chill, and I was talking about the CoffeeZilla video on Epstein, and a bunch of lefties were like, "Yeah, but Trump." I'm like, wait, like that. Hold up. We have like a real thing here, and all they care about is making it a political game. So sad.
CoffeeZilla has been doing some good work on his Epstein stuff. Not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, definitely.
Even though he kind of annoys me sometimes.
I haven't really been a follower of him like that. I've seen some other things, and I've known that he's done like deep dives on things like this before, and so that's I've trusted him, but I haven't necessarily looked into a lot of stuff that he's done.
I've seen him just from his like crypto stuff that he always did, and then from the Epstein stuff. Because he was even when the original footage was released, where it's like, like there was a minute cut out. Like I was watching a lot of his stuff where he was like going through all that stuff. So I was like, oh, he seems to be like breaking it down good. But yeah, I think Trump is going to get fucked from this. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah. How do you mean?
I think that we're going to lose the midterms, and I think he's going to get impeached. Like, and impeached for real this time, not just like one of the meme impeachments.
Yeah, I could see that. It depends on. So I mean, obviously, I don't think anybody, like at all, has been able to have the time to go through all of the files and see what's in there. But you know, people are talking about, well, Trump's all over the files so many times, and it's like, okay, but he's in there like specifically saying, like, he was bad. Check this guy out.
It's more the handling, though. That's the thing that's going to get him. I mean, like, I think Pam Bondi is openly in contempt of Congress and is still just like lying through her teeth about so many things, right? Like, it's just, I mean, if you look at the Epstein Act or whatever, the Epstein Freedom Act, as I always call it, which is not what it's called, but whatever it's called, it says that any redaction, right, it has to have a note on why it's redacted.
Yeah.
It has to, every redaction, you have to be told why. And so we already know from like Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie openly saying that like Les Wexner was a co-conspirator, so that was illegal to redact. And then all the other redactions have no notes beside them. So not the files were released not on time. They're still not all out. There's redactions where we know they're illegal redactions, and all the other redactions don't have notes. So it's like there's so many violations of this act. It's not even funny.
He gave the left something to hold on to.
Yep.
Like,
Pam Bondi's gonna be absolutely fucked.
Yeah.
Pam Bondi, bro, what was that fucking hearing? What was that fucking hearing?
Crashing out. She was crashing out
Show,
hardcore.
a fucking shit show.
She was like, you don't need
don't
to
forget
do
about
this
don't
show.
forget about the GDP going up.
Yeah, we're talking about this. The GDP and the Dow is up, so it doesn't matter that.
Oh, and then she brought up that poor white girl that was like stabbed on the subway. It's like, what does that have to do with anything, though? Like, we're talking about the Epstein files. Like, I understand that's a horrible thing that happened, but like, how is that exactly related, Pam? Like, what she was like grasping for like any random thing that like, hey, Republicans, you guys care about this, right? Hey, what about this issue? It's like, okay, Pam, we get it, but none of that's related.
I mean, if this was Merrick Garland, believe me, we would be up in arms.
Anson says he can fix Pam. I can fix Carolyn Levitt. Okay, I'm confident in that one.
both.
Pam Bondi is unfixable.
I can fix them.
Pam
both.
Bondi's unfixable. Mm.
I didn't realize she was almost 70 years old.
Oh yeah, she's in her 60s, right? God.
Yeah, she's.
God.
I thought maybe late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah. Same.
Pam Bondi is in her 60s.
Yeah.
Dude.
So that means she
She be
looks
drinking
good
that
for her.
blood of the children.
I'm gonna be
Yeah,
honest.
she's on that adrenochrome grind set. You know, Jesus.
Dude, she must be one of the beneficiaries of the island.
Look, Confluence respects the grift. Okay, we're not no more grift talk.
Not
God.
again.
Please, no, please, God.
How's this Rich Cooper guy? Actually,
Well, he seems like a bit of a dumbass. I'm not gonna lie to you. Andrew's kind of taking him to task.
if I may, there was a time when I needed the whole red pill space, and remember this was when Kevin Samuels was alive and running shit, keeping it classy. And I just between not really having that type of relationship with my dad, talking about girls, and then being in long-term relationships in high school and college, I never really got the ins and outs of the dating game. And so I just, was in this blue-pilled Disney world, rom-com world, where it's just like, oh, girls are sugar and spice and everything nice, and you just gotta be yourself. And so, after college, I did it right, but I didn't do as well as I would have liked. And then I found all of this red pill stuff about female nature, and there's good stuff there. It just, it got, and I hate the word, but it got toxic. Rich Cooper was one of the guys. I was like, oh, this guy gets it.
So you knew this guy, okay?
I've been subscribed for at least like 5 years, but yes. There was a time when I was like, oh, this guy gets it.
Dang, okay, this is the first I've ever heard this guy. Was like literally today when I found this video.
It's a black man, correct? not too old, probably like late 40s, early.
Wait, no, it's
50s.
like wait, who are we? No, it's the guy in the video that we're watching, Rich
Oh,
Cooper.
I
the
thought we were
white-
talking about Kevin Samuel. My bad.
Guys, do we really have to flesh this out again? Do we? Maybe Indian Jesus can add some insight because he is a creator as well. Maybe he can. Maybe we all have to come back on panel and fucking bury this goddamn retarded ass hatchet. Jesus Christ!
You got to think about the
What are we
old lady who got her ribs cracked for that $5.
There was contention in the chat yesterday over a $2 donation from Ag and a $5 donation from Young Christian. And Man Clown didn't donate anything, so I don't know why he's demanding a dono refund.
Broke bitches. Broke bitches. Listen. All right, full screen me real quick, please. This is a free fucking show. We show up. Confluence shows up every single day. Sits here. Maybe some of you are going to be a kind. Shout out to, I see K2 donating a lot. I see a couple people donating a lot. But every single day, hours and hours and hours and hours, they're sitting here and getting a free show. So just saying, how many times do you guys go to work and not expect any money? Boom. Donation. Dilly fucking dilly.
The question was over if I respected a donation or not. That was the thing. That was the thing.
A donation is a donation. A donation is not a bargaining.
Yeah, this isn't pay for play, guys.
Yeah, you don't get, and I just messed up doing this because the tattoo poll is over, and I am getting the Trump with as a Hindu god, but the Sisyphus tattoo.
Oh, nice.
The Sisyphus tattoo came from somebody who was a member and said that because he was a member at the second level, that rarely donating elsewhere, but because he was a member at the second level, $10 a month, that's less than $1 a stream, that he deserved extra say in what tattoo was going on my body when I decided, okay, we're going to do a stream goal. If we hit X amount of dollars, we'll do a poll and you guys get to choose. And I was like, all right, you can get one of the four options. A quarter of the entire poll, you get to pick. And it won. And I was going to put it on my body. And then he cried about it because I told him that I personally didn't love it and that it was a basic design, which it was.
He's a basic bitch.
Sorry. And he got all mad about it. And he's like, well, my money is better spent elsewhere. Okay, bye. You don't get to hang fucking $10 a month over me. Keep your fucking money.
See, but look, I can't. There's so much drama. Confluence is killing all future donos because I understand how donos work. Okay, which is, this is crazy. I will gladly refund Ag. I will gladly refund your $2 donation, and I will gladly refund Young Christian. I think is fine with it. He's the one who donated the $5. I gladly will refund his too because I don't care. I'll gladly send me your Cash App, Ag. I'll send you the $2 back. Okay.
What is the exact issue of why there should be a refund?
Because I have, so there's two issues, two separate issues. I have to go through this again. There's two separate issues. One is Ag had sent a dono when this new person, someone's friend, Keelan's friend, this guy, Keelan.
I did that, yes.
Friend came on panel and she had a specific question and Ag had donated $2 saying, ask her how she feels about splashback. So like when you take a shit and the water hits your butt. And I was like, Ag, I'm not reading that. She's up here for a thing. Okay. So
nope.
I was like, yeah, I'm like, I'm not reading that. And then, but it's like, I do say at the top, I read all super chats. So my thing to Ag was that I was like, yeah, maybe I should have read it, but I still don't think I have to ask her that. The menu thing is a different thing. The menu is a separate issue. That's what Young Christian.
Hold on.
Okay.
Big screen me for a second.
It's where I go. I get that Colin's like, oh, the show, right? He shows up. It's free. No one has to dono. But when you're providing a service, which is entertainment, that's what it is. When you're providing a service and you have a menu and someone pays for something on that menu that you are providing, to not respect the dono and do whatever they paid for that's on the menu, the service you're providing, That's where the issue is. Not that.
And that's
Khan
fair.
is like not doing this as like a side thing or a hobby or something. That's not the issue at hand.
Okay, so that's
Which
fair.
I don't need the $5 refund, by the way. Like, I'm not that.
But the principle matters.
invested
The
in it.
principle matters. But that's fair. So okay, then I think as people who are here to support Confluence's show and community and all of that, there is he should get grace. There is no guidebook on how to run a channel, especially on how
Hold on. I got.
So as viewers,
I hear you now.
as viewers, you guys should allow a little bit of grace and be like, all right, this time I'm gonna now know that I need to add this rule without expecting the money, unless it's a big, if you drop $50 for XYZ and you're like, oh, I can't do that. That's one thing. But if you drop $2, like, does the motherfucker not deserve $2 anyway?
Yo.
Well, this. I was trying to think of the principle of this, and
hold on.
Go ahead.
Full screen me for a second, okay?
Okay.
he got a sermon he got to give.
Hold on, just a second. There you go.
Oh, the Grim Reaper.
Yo.
If you're gonna
okay.
scream in the chat, I can.
Your donos are appreciated,
I read it the
and we
first time.
love you for donating to Confluence. All right, but just because you donate does not mean you're going to get what you want right in the moment that you ask for it. All right, especially if there's like a guest who maybe isn't going to respond well to a question that's obviously meant to trigger people. So yeah, just fucking deal with it. And Khan, do you not understand how to do this? Just tell them you don't just read it and say, I don't know what you mean by backsplash, so you'll have to donate again if you want to enlighten us. Come on, dude.
Look,
Not hard.
I already said to Egg. I don't know why Egg is still like holding this against me. It seems, even though I DM'd Egg and I freaking said, I should have read it. I should have read it. But
was it
I
actually
should have
funny?
asked her.
Hold on. Was it actually funny? Does anybody think it was funny?
Well, that's not. I don't think that's the right question. The question is.
No. He said it was meant to be funny. I'm just asking. Does somebody is it funny? Ad, come on.
I wasn't.
You got to donate for me to read it.
Young Christians was more, but this is what I was saying before. There is look, I'm new to this menu thing, so I'm hoping I get some grace from my chat, who I appreciate.
No grace.
But I hope I get a bit of grace because it's someone, Futoy mentioned something at the beginning that, because I was doing a trivia night yesterday, IJ, for if you didn't know. And so Futoy was like, I'm going to pay money to mute the other panelists. And I was like, oh yeah, shit. Okay. And so I said at the beginning, I'm like, okay, obviously, the menu doesn't care. But if I forgot to say that, and let's say someone just mutes Big Soda or me, who's hosting the trivia for 20 minutes, now it's we just can't do it. Or it's that's an unforeseen thing. There's certain things, or I gave the example of if Andrew Wilson, let's say, joined and someone pays to mute him right away. It's he'll never come back. I'm going to have to be no, I'm sorry. There's just going to be edge cases where I'm I don't know how to exactly deal with this in that moment.
What you need to do is you need to take the situation and apply it to the menu. You just go from it. You adapt it. You adapt it to whatever specification you want.
You just add a piece to the menu. I reserve the right to reject any particular super chat, and I will give. But I must give you a reason.
That's fair.
Hold on.
Anson, first of all, it doesn't say I'll read them immediately. There's been cases do you remember that one, Anson, you talked to that one girl that came on here that was talking about how she had a family member who was murdered. If someone donated something that was just irreverent, I would not read it at that moment. I fucking wouldn't. I will read all super chats, but they're not guaranteed to be read the moment that they get put in. Maybe that'd be a $50 super chat gets auto read or something. How the whatever has a TTS where it's no matter what's happening, the TTS comes through. There's but a $2 thing, if it's a super serious convo, I do tend to wait until this is not the right mood for this type of super chat, right? I feel that's valid. It doesn't make me a liar. It doesn't say all super chats get read instantly. Okay, it doesn't say that.
Just slap
You need a TOS. You need a terms and conditions.
Yeah.
Right, that's the thing. And the other problem is Nightbot can only have so many things, so it's like kind of limited. But yes, it's like
have it say like
obviously
things
if a new person comes on and someone puts like a really mean super chat against that person, I'm not going to read that either to them. If it's a brand new person and they're like, you're this, why do you have this ugly ass person? I'm not going to read that. I'm sorry. Like, I feel like that there has to be some like give and take of like understanding of like, look, for $2, I'm not going to like insult some brand new person and make them have a horrible time and they just leave right away. I'm not going to do that.
Knows you donate $1,000. I'm pretty sure Confluence will say anything you wanted to say. All right.
I mean, that is true. That is I feel like I'm in this like weird Faustian bargain where it's like it is true that if someone donates like $200, I'm probably just going to read it. But
how do we know that?
Well, I think that's pretty obvious, right?
So if Andrew Wilson was on and someone paid $200 to mute him immediately, you'd mute Andrew Wilson immediately?
I don't know. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I don't. No. These are questions that's
like, how do we guarantee that? How should a viewer who donos guarantee that the dono is going to be like?
I don't say I read them instantly, Anson. How hard is this for you to understand, Anson?
Unremoved. It's okay. You can do that.
So the other thing is, like, you gotta take your channel by the.
Seems like you're a grifter. Fuck off, Anson. You fucking retard.
Yeah, exactly. That's the energy you need. They come here for you, brother. You didn't come here for them. They came here for you. They came here for you. You were here, and they just showed up. We gonna be fine without you.
I don't know how to clean things up with Ag because Anson hates me anyway. Ag is obviously angry, and Ag, it's like
then be angry.
I don't know.
Then be angry.
I don't know how to make it. I already said I should have read it, but I still don't think I should have asked her because that's not a super chat thing. It's not like I will just ask whatever questions that is donated for $2. That's not a part of it. I should have read it. I already said that. I don't know how to make it right. You know what I mean? I don't know how to make it right. I already said, yeah. In the moment, I was like, is this going to be off-putting? I read it last night.
Read it again. It's okay.
The thing is,
I have to remember it. It was, what's your, ask her what her thoughts on Splashback is. That was the super chat. Because I read it after, and it's like, yeah, I didn't want to read it at the time.
Sweet, it's read. Any other questions?
But it's like I feel like Ag is like unhappy with me, and I don't like that. This is weird that's happening publicly, but Ag, I don't want you. Ag, I like you. I don't want you to be unhappy with me. Like I said, I should have read it, but I still stand by my decision to not have asked her that because even if she was okay, I don't know that, and I feel like she had a specific question that she wanted to ask, and I thought this feels odd. I don't know. This is just my thoughts, but again, I think I should have read it. I should have read it. Okay.
I mean. True.
But I don't know. I feel like this caused so much drama. It's like the menu is like a new thing. Okay. There's a lot of cases where I'm like, yeah, I had the same thing with Indian Jesus, and me and Indian Jesus talked about this. We know this because it's like, I love Indian Jesus on my panel. And last time, people paid to kick him and he was brought back and he was muted a bunch and then he left. And it's like, and then I'm thinking, well, I like IJ here, but if he had a bad experience, it's like, yes, it's like I have the menu, but now it's like he might not come back. You know what I mean? Which I'm glad he's back. And it's like, it's just, it's something that it's like I hadn't really thought about that. And then I started thinking about, yeah, if someone timed out like a bigger guest that joins, let's say it is Andrew Wilson, it's like, really, does the dollar a mute thing apply to him? It's like that he'll never come back to the channel. Like there has to be some like a bit of like a wiggle room on like, I don't know, but there's no refund for super chats. So I don't know.
Can you check Discord?
Just use some like use some common sense, guys. We talk about it all the time, common sense, right? Just
Yep. Is Alex casting spells?
I cast spells everywhere. I actually learned to cast spells just for Maryland.
I think Brett Cooper is omega hot. Okay.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Only because I really want to fuck her and squint my eyes and pretend I'm fucking Ben Shapiro.
That's insane.
Which not in a gay way, like in a normal way. No! And so that's.
I think the normal way is the gay way.
That seems anti-Semitic compliment.
Yeah, that's super anti-Semitic copy.
Topanga says you guys are mean to Jesus.
I mean, how far into the podcast you guys get? Let's see.
We got 13 minutes in. 13 minutes in,
We
which
beat
is, I
last
mean,
time's record of 7 minutes.
also welcome, Keelan. I don't think I said hi to you. I was in my fifis.
How dare you have those? What are you, a human? You're just a fake.
Not allowed to be a human.
You liberal.
Get out of here.
Yeah, we can. Confluence does need to be more triggered, okay, by this guy, by the schmuck.
Cultural values that support that. There's a lot of environmental factors that support strong unions in a perpetuity with the Amish, right? That doesn't exist in the rest of the world.
It does. It does. The idea in religious marriage, and the reason the divorce rates are so much lower, when you dive into the literature behind this, because it's actually a very studied phenomenon, because of a support network.
The Amish, you're saying?
No. To all of these various religious groups that I cited. This would include Mormons, Catholics, Orthodox, various reasons cited for their divorces and why the divorce rates are so much lower than the national average. And it seems to really come down to this, and this is a concession I can generally get out of the people I debate in your sphere, because I think it's just kind of obvious and true, that if women don't have a reinforcement mechanism for behaviors, then, and this is true of men too.
What a loser must you be? I mean, like, I'm going to watch it.
No, this is a descriptive is argument. It is the case right now, factually, that these rates of divorce and the highly religious are much, much lower than the national average. So significantly, in fact, that your chances of getting a divorce seem to be mitigated in the acceptable risk factor, at least in comparison to the historic standard. Mm-hmm. That's descriptively true. So that's not a prescription.
Like, are we talking about Christianity here?
No, we would talk, well,
There's no way you believe that, Anson. There's no way you believe that.
Let's take all of marriage, and then we're going to break it into the categories.
I refuse to believe you believe that.
So so people who are getting married are going to fall under different categorizations. They could be secularists, they could be swingers, they could be polygamists, they could be atheists, they could be devout Catholics, they could be devout Orthodox. The thing is, the reason it's more useful to break it up that way is because then we can peer in and see if each of these groups has the same.
Notice that he's leaning now, Big Soda. He's not standing. His standing idea he's realized it's a bad idea. He's like, this is kind of tiring.
Right now.
He's 20 minutes into the debate and he's like, this is a horrible idea.
That is much
more
got
a fucking chair.
The more religious you are, seemingly the more
and then now he's got to write it out through his pride.
Divorce rates become.
So your answer is just be.
He's got a whole frame.
Religious.
No, what I'm asking is, what is the thing that's causing this?
Ooh,
what is the thing that's causing these groups to have such a more mitigated amount of divorce?
Have a good night out.
The national average.
With a nice lady.
What is it? That it's written to encourage women to leave men and divorce rape them?
Wait, what was that? I'm sorry.
Do you want to start with family law and how it's written to encourage women to divorce rape men?
I'm not disputing that.
True.
It just
DJ.
Because you're not contending with my point.
Making
what are
good
the
progress.
things inside of these religious institutions?
Is that still a valid threat?
Yeah, but what are the things inside of these religious institutions that is causing this mitigation where the risk is so much lower than the national average from people who are not inside of these religious institutions? Not asking whether or not people should be more religious. I'm asking us to make an assessment on what are the factors here that are contributing to them having such a low rate in comparison to the national average. That's the question.
Okay, so what's the difference in rates between Christians and non-Christians?
Depends on the denomination. But I just went through them broadly.
He just went through this. He just gave all the breakdowns.
I can go through them again if you'd like. Here, I'll pull them back up 1 second.
Sorry.
Yeah. Just average them out.
So when we're going through each denomination, we can start with.
See that little comment there, brief aside, that little comment that portrays how he thinks, right? He said, just average them out. I don't know if you guys caught that, right? He wants to just hear the averages of just like Christian versus non-Christian, but that's his whole problem. If you just put women into broad categories, and just look at marriage in broad categories, then yeah, marriage seems like a 50-50 shot. But as soon as you break it down, you realize there's stuff that you could do as an individual to make it not a 50-50 shot of marriage succeeding or marriage failing. You're not just rolling dice.
Marriage
Don't you dare ask people to take responsibility for their own choices. How dare you?
Have we?
That's a bold act, Confluence.
Have we?
Actually, what do we all think? You know, yeah, let's go clockwise, snakewise, starting with IJ. What do we think about marriage? Just now, we have a couple of new people here that I'm not sure their stance is on.
So
Should men get married?
Yeah. Okay. So that's a
really
question. But so I think marriage is a good thing. I think that the ideal situation for anyone is to be in a nuclear family, a man, a woman, children by that man and that woman. That is the ideal situation. Outside of or expanding further, I do as a non-theist. Oh, I don't know if you guys knew this, but some real quick aside. Someone with atheist in their name said some real fucked up shit on my community tab post when I talked about my grandma dying. So I'm no longer going by atheist. I am an agnostic non-theist. But as an agnostic non-theist, I do understand the issues that Christians have with gay marriage, and I think it was very dumb for the country to merge a religious institution with legal things, because then you don't have any justification to say you can't be a part of this. You should have the justification to say that if you're gay, you can't be married, but we live in a country where everyone should have the same rights. So the big thing for America, secular America, should be civil unions, not marriages. But I think that is more in the semantics. Find someone of the opposite sex, stay together, have children with them.
Okay, based Big Soda.
How meta do we want to get in this conversation?
As meta as you can.
As meta as possible, brother.
Marriage should only be an institution for Christians. I think if anybody else who wants to share in a civil union should have that contract through the government, but it's not marriage. I think marriage should only be an institution for Christian men and Christian women.
So you don't pause. Okay, no crosstalk. No crosstalk. No, sorry. Okay, Rich Page.
I'd have to agree with Indian Jesus and with Big Soda, except I don't think marriage is a right. I don't think that you have the right to be married other than like Christians have the ability to, if that makes sense. And I think it should. I don't see an issue with gays get married. I just think that it should be called something different, civil union.
Actually, based. I mean, I agree with that. Young Christian. Young Christian. And Christian's not here. Why? He's asking why I timed Anson out, because Anson's just constantly talking about the same shit over and over, and he's saying he's leaving, which is fine. He can leave, but I'm just done. I'm done. Okay,
yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back. That she died.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. So thoughts on marriage? I think marriage is given by God, and it's a beautiful thing. I don't think all men or all women should be married.
All right, I'll give you the pass.
That's okay.
I'm a little sensitive.
Alex?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I think everyone should be forced to marry at 18. And then the only way you can stop being married to that person is to marry someone else.
I do want my government issued wife. So
yep, it would cut down on.
Are you sure you trust the government? I don't know.
Like I said,
you're technically married.
Find someone better. Move on.
You're technically married to your parents before you turn.
True, you don't have a choice in that.
18, you start being an adult, and then find your own spouse or caregiver.
Yep.
So the thing is, marriage.
All right, Mr. Tabernac.
I think anyone who wants to be married should have the ability to get married for any reason and to anyone they want to get married to, because I don't think it really matters.
Okay.
Okay, real quick. So,
And I will
the
say, I
marriage
think,
is a religious institution.
I
That
think Rage
doesn't
Page
mean
said this.
that,
Is my
gay
stance. I think
people
that
or anybody else shouldn't have
the
the same
marriage.
rights.
I'm open to common
the
law
issue
between
is that,
same sex
marriage was a
people,
religious
but I think marriage should be
thing.
between a man and a
Civil
woman.
unions, being
But I
able
think
to
none of
say,
it should probably be
me and this
handled at a
person
government
are
level. But in the way the system
inextricably
is
tied
now,
for
I think
life,
people
and that
should
gives
get
us tax
married.
benefits, the right to
And
see each other
I guess I
in the
want
hospital,
to.
those kinds of
Well,
things.
that's the
That
end
should
of
be
my time. So
available to
crosstalk now,
everyone.
and now I want to ask. I guess Big Soda.
It was the government
you
that
said
fucked up
Christian,
in
only
saying
Christians.
that taking the religious
Okay, so
the religious thing.
I would
and
allow
putting a
Jews,
legal
but
thing
I'm
on
going
it
to keep a watchful eye on it.
made
You
a lot
always
of
got to
people
keep a
mad.
watchful eye
And so
on
if we just were
No,
saying that
I
marriage
guess I
is no
should have
big deal,
reframed
it's
my
just a
argument
Christian
better.
thing.
I should have said
It's the civil
marriage should
unions
only
that
be an
actually
institution
shows
for two
that
people under
you
God.
are a family.
Right.
That would have been better.
And
for
I guess I
everyone, because
misspoke
then
when I
nobody
say
would
it
have
should only
cared
apply to
about
Christians
civil
because there are
unions
people who
between
share our God.
gay people.
Nope, just pick them all.
See, okay, you're right. I'm gonna double down on it. Yeah, only Christian men and women. Fuck everybody else.
I don't know why you wouldn't. Fuck it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
They can call it something else, whatever it is in their language. You know.
Yeah, common law, civil union.
What is it? What is it called in
deviant
the Christian
behavior.
language? What's marriage called in the Christian language? I'm confused.
Marriage.
Yes, if
Is it English?
if you say
Yeah.
marriage,
What
it's
does
a
that even
relationship
mean,
between
Keelan?
two
What do you-
people in
Well, I was gonna say,
government, then why would you want to get?
I think he's trying to say the marriage, the
Christian
term
language?
You should
marriage
Is
is
the
not.
Bible written in
No, the
English?
concept.
About
The
the
concept
civil
of
unions.
marriage.
Why does
It
that
was
matter?
developed
No,
in English
I was
by
talking about the
Christians.
language of. They can call
It was
whatever they
developed
want.
by Jews that then turned into Christians. Yes,
In English, though.
in English. I guess we're having the argument over the word marriage itself and not the
Yes,
concept
like they
behind
can
it.
call it
Okay,
something
yeah,
else.
that's fair. That's fair.
I
Then
thought we were cool.
marriage itself was just invented by some English twat.
Always has, always will be.
It's always the left with the party of acceptance and grace and.
Oh, look who it is.
This is insane.
Hey,
I'm
It's
gonna
Emmett.
how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
It's going great. How's karaoke?
It's fine. It's going.
He's here because someone said the Jews.
That's true. That is absolutely true.
I summoned him.
The Jews. The Jews. They are the Jews.
The Achus. The Achus.
Is Keelan here?
Keelan is.
think
He's right
he
next
is
to
here.
you. Yeah.
Okay. Hey,
I missed
Keelan,
you.
how are you doing?
You should have been here last night.
I would no, I shouldn't. I would have screamed at people. It wouldn't have been bad. Okay.
That actually would have been based.
I had like a 6-hour stream. I had the gayest 6-hour stream of all time, and I was part of that. It was horrible, and I lost my mind at the end.
Why'd you gay so hard?
I didn't, but we did hear some audio from people, and it wasn't great. Just saying. Keelan, I want to offer the services of the internet in my channel to your friend. I want to do the love audit. Do you think that's possible? I'm not gonna troll her.
Like we had a little disagreement.
I can ask her, but she was pretty hesitant to even come on this channel.
But now you're.
Well, it's not gonna be a panel. It's not like there's gonna be dog piling. It's just gonna be a conversation, with me, like I did with Confluence.
I'm gonna have to watch one of these love audits.
They're awesome.
Nah.
Watch the Confluence one. That one's the best.
Yeah, the Confluence one is so far the best, but it's because Confluence is Confluence. It flies too close to the sun. That's a saying.
What?
Hey, Lodge, how you doing?
Doing all right. We got some bitch making fun of the fact that my grandma died this week, but other than that,
That's diabolical.
pretty good.
What?
You know,
Who is this person? I'm gonna go ahead and put it on. You know,
good 80. Purdy.
Okay.
Good 80.
Well, first of all, lodge my condolences to you. My heart goes to you. Hope you have hope you find acceptance soon and that everything goes well.
I did call Aggie when I found out. The first thing I did, I was sitting right here. I found out, and my parents were actually at a concert. So it was my my sister who got a text from someone in the family. And first thing I did, I was like, all right, you know, we don't have really a relation. We didn't really have a relationship like that. And if there, you know, I care about the truth. And she was very religious. My parents are very religious. And you know, I called out in a very genuine manner that if there is some truth that I am missing, that if there's any way that you could whisper in God's ear or anything like that, then I'd be gratefully appreciative of that. So waiting on that.
Well, at the end of the day, I'm not gonna go into religion right now, but I'm just sorry for your loss. I hope you find solace and that everything goes well in your family. And I mean that. I'm not trying to make fun of you or anything. Just
appreciate it.
Just saying.
Appreciate it.
And yeah, hopefully he can. Maybe she can intercede for you, and things will get better. You know,
If
never know.
That's the truth. I'm all for it. For it. Where the fuck did Confluence go? Let's fucking watch this thing, man.
He's hiding.
Sorry, Confluence is Zen coded. Okay, he's back. He's back. And K2 says, "Bow bow 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 bow." Check Discord, not for panel. Did you send me some really anti-Semitic?
Probably.
Okay.
Here,
Not for panel.
I'm gonna put a screenshot while you're in Discord.
I'll play the video while I watch your thing, K2, and I will see what it's
I
like.
need to go back to my karaoke stream. I just want to ask you, Keelan, that if it's possible, it would be appreciated. I think that would be fun for everybody. But if not, it's perfectly fine and understandable too. I'm not gonna attack you or anything. I just want to know if you thought it was even possible, because that was kind of wild, and I just listened to like 5 seconds of it because I don't wanna give myself an idea. I want to go blind into it if it happens. But yeah,
I'll ask her.
You know, I'll send you if you're in Confluence Discord, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to find you there and I'll send you a message. Thank you for having me on Confluence. I'll be seeing you later.
Bye, Papa.
Peace and love.
So did you say bye, Papa?
Yeah, that's my dad.
Confluence. I just
Hi, Poppy.
Of a picture.
Hi, Poppy.
I'd be interested to see what the panel thinks of the type of liberal love, acceptance, tolerance that we're seeing from that picture.
Okay, 1 second. I'm just watching some super anti-Semitic thing from K2 right now. 109. I'm not going to say 109 what. I'm not going to say what the 109 refers to. Okay. That's a lot of crazy shit, K2.
The number of the pairs of shoes.
This is a lot of crazy shit. Okay, so this, oh God, I hate when people send me images, but I guess, yeah, there's no other way to...
Click copy link and open and tab.
I don't know if well, hang on, let me see if this works.
Just save it as a file.
Oh, no, it does work. Okay, it does work. Okay, images actually work. It's when videos, then I have to download them and try to load them and it becomes a whole convoluted thing. Am I sharing the right thing? Maybe? Yes. Okay.
Tell me if that is A, what you expect from the left, and B, if that's something that is that we should be talking to the manner in which we should be talking to each other.
Oh yeah, that's a perma ban. That's a perma ban, surely.
Yeah, that's insane.
That's fucked up.
I'd probably ban his children for that.
Yeah, that's a.
I would call his mom for that.
Nope, just letting them, give me more engagement. Engagement. Making me money.
Oh, this is someone who just said this, because I didn't even realize that this is us on the screen.
Yep.
And but this is a different comment than the one you said was left on your.
Yeah, is this the same guy, or do you just have like
pointing out how common it is? And
yeah, no. The other comment was, and I really don't care to call the person out like that, because the individual person is not. It's not that big of a deal because I know them all. But the fact that it's like, you are the one that would make some cheeky little joke on a post like this. The post is basically like, I'm not religious, but my parents are religious, my grandparents are religious. So if you're religious and you want to do that, I think they would appreciate that. And somebody just made like a joke about it, and I was like, you know what? This is when you have atheist in your name like that. Like, of course it would be you. So every fucking Christian who is going to come by and leave nice words and see that. Even though I don't believe, I'm trying to open that up and all of that stuff. They're going to see, oh, the atheist.
I don't want to defend my fellow atheists here at all. Never. But like,
atheist.
Are you gonna let just? I mean, that one guy just had atheist in his name. I mean, that guy's probably a piece of shit.
Question.
He actually could have been a Christian trying to turn you against atheists.
No, he was. I know he was an atheist, but that's a good question. And so no, but that was the final straw. I've been talking about how a lot of my involvement specifically with the Atheist for Liberty group. They're like, the based atheist group. That's like not the new atheist, not the left-wing atheist. And part of their thing is to rehab the title of atheism. And maybe a year ago, I had the president on my show, and I was like, well, how is this different from the word feminism, where there's a lot of just normal chicks out there who are just like, yeah, well, we just want equality for under the law and X, Y, and Z. And that's feminism. It's like, is it though? Because when I hear feminism, I think a lot darker shit. And, all that time I've been like, no, okay, I want to stick to my principles and stay on this word because that's what the word means. And that's what I am. But at a certain point, it's like words are meant for communication. And so if I'm not communicating what I mean to communicate when I say the word, then the word is not what I want to say. I want to say what will send the idea. That's what words are for. Send the idea that's in my head into yours. And I don't have a belief. I don't have any anger towards Christianity. I'm very familiar with what Christianity is. And it's good. I just don't believe in a lot of the claims. Agnostic, non-theist.
Non-theist is better, I guess. I guess that's a step in the right direction. Okay.
I mean, I haven't changed anything about it.
But when I just call yourself a deist, you obviously believe there's something. You just don't.
Yeah, just be deist pilled.
Because I don't. I think that's probably the most likely. That's probably the most likely thing that there is some deistic.
Hold on. You don't what? You don't know if you believe that there's something.
No. That's the agnostic part.
How can you not believe that there's something?
I mean,
whatever,
I think there might
whatever like variation you want to give it, whether it has like personal knowledge of you or not.
Right.
It just sounds like you're confused.
I don't think I'm. I think I'm confused at the answer to is there a God? Sure, that's the agnostic part. I'm very clear on that is the question that I don't have the answer to. I don't think I'm confused. I think I'm very aware that that's the thing that I don't know.
I feel like that's just, I don't know. It's just like a weird way to think that, I don't know. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
It seems your best guess is some type of deist god, though. Like if you had to bet money on it.
Even if it's just like a supreme being of some sort that like rules over the universe.
When you bring in the being aspect, I don't know that it is a being. When you can say like when I say God, Like, quote, when I say God, I'm talking about the ultimate good or the fundamental truth of reality, or when people say things like that. Like, okay, that's a deistic God, but there's no being there.
You're signing,
Maybe there is a being, but I don't know that, and neither do you.
I think
Well, I mean,
I think we're just
you're
kind
saying
of
the
conflating what a being is. We
Hold
have
on,
to
you
give some
cannot-
type of word to it, and I
Yeah, that's the thing. I guess, yeah. We're probably getting hung up on the word being.
Well, no, hold on. You cannot have a higher good without something to grant that good.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because logically, that just doesn't work.
That's not right.
What do you mean? So, what created God then?
I'm not talking about what creates it. I'm saying something has obviously assigned the concept of good.
That's not
here.
correct. That's not correct.
What's not correct?
You don't have to have something assigning good for good to exist. The universe can have a teleology.
He's
without
saying a universal good.
existing.
You're saying that there is a universal good without something.
Yeah, that can
assigning it?
exist. That can exist without like some supreme being.
How?
How? Yeah.
It just exists. Is the
That's
best way to put it.
Did you read the title? Did you read the title?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing as God,
and
right?
the
It's
supreme
circular.
being just exists.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what you want me to say there. Like,
Yeah, it's a circular argument. It all
no, it's not a circular argument.
It's not circular.
My argument is that for you to call something universally good, some like apex of goodness.
Well, Brandon
has
said I'm
something
right,
to
so I'm
give
going to leave
that
on that.
What did?
He said, Brandon said I'm right, so I'm going to leave on that note.
All right.
Yeah, Brandon also thinks that it's like possible to have like an afterlife without a god and all this stuff. And it's like maybe from a philosophy bro point of view, it's possible in some like far flung theoretical world. But
this thing I'm not understanding how.
I don't know. I just feel like I would just whatever Brandon or Keelan are redefining, I would say that thing is God. But like the thing with being, it's like even the Bible, this isn't even me being woo-woo. I wouldn't say God is a being. God is being itself. Like God is not a being. God is being. That's in the Bible. That's biblical.
You're talking about concepts, right? The concept of a being.
Yeah,
of
course.
Something has to give the concept like some like.
That's amazing, Soda. That's amazing.
Right?
Average Confluence panelist joiner.
Look at that nose.
Beautiful nose.
Man, your nose is like peeking out, man.
I'm
You can't
Jewish.
contain the schnoz.
Spider-Man cracked out.
My autistic child's got an obsession with costumes and masks.
If I can read this from my side, you can have an afterlife. So you can have an afterlife. Ishmael said you can have an afterlife without a higher being, just like you can have a higher being without an afterlife. Both of them are supernatural, so there's equal possibilities for both. I don't think.
I just don't know what the even. I don't even know what the hypothesis would be
afterlife.
that we have like an afterlife and a whole spiritual realm, but there's like no God. Like I guess it's probably like philosophically possible, but it just seems like really confusing.
Realm. I'm talking about an actual like the concept of good being a universal thing. Like the same thing is good universally. That requires something to make it universally good. Otherwise, it defaults to my preferences.
So what?
Wait.
What if the world really?
In my preference.
What if the world just play devil or humor me? Humor me. What if the world really was just my preferences?
Then there wouldn't be a higher good.
Okay.
Good would be
Then there
good would
no
be
purpose to
relevant.
anything, and I feel like that negates itself.
Yeah, good would be relevant to you only. So maybe other people might share in that good, but it wouldn't change anything about like them actually.
Well, what I'm
Shut up, baby Alex.
What I'm trying to get at is like I don't know.
Just noticed the glass of
I don't know
soda.
if you guys saw Andrew Wilson talking to Papa Gunn. It was a very similar type of thing to when he was talking to Dave Smith for the first time, where it's just like, we're getting right to the semantics. Where do you get that from? You know, the Andrew Wilson playbook. And like, fair. Okay, when you're talking about, well, what's your shit grounded in? It's not grounded in anything. It's just my preferences. Okay, but most people do actually just go based on that. Even most Christian people are not sitting down and working out the logic of what Andrew Wilson says. So there is some aspect of this can exist without at least people understanding what the truth is, and just going based on their preferences. So what would, if it was,
but then I feel like you're spot on with that. Like that makes a lot of sense to me, at least. But most people have kind of almost an inherent sense of something being wrong or something being good. Like it's kind of something that we all kind of already have from young ages. Like if you don't, that's when it becomes like concerning. Like if you see a child grabbing an animal and ripping its head off, that's concerning. But children don't inherently do that.
Well, you could say that you could say that some of that is like literally bred into our DNA. You could say a lot of things, but my point, and you're right, IJ, that people typically default to their preferences even when they say that it's grounded in something else, and that's because we can't ever truly hit the truth. We can't hit the most good because it's a moving target, right? Every time we reorient ourselves, we find ourselves somewhere different to where we were. We can know where it's at, or we can know we're going towards it, but we can't know both. So one moment. So
are you expanding like quantum physics to macro level stuff?
It's not really macro, it's a concept, right? So, but kind of.
A lot of quantum stuff doesn't work as a concept.
Yes, I'm using that as a concept for what I'm talking about.
Are we friends again now? Are we friends again now, or what's going on?
Around the field, right? But oh shit, my kid. Oh my god, my kid. Either way, if you want to say that there is like this ultimate good, then you have to assume something that gives that good weight or gives it substance. And if you don't want to say that, if you want to say it's all preferences, then that's a legitimate thing to say. Just then you can't talk about God of any kind, right?
You could say that weight, but you could say like what gives it weight is that it leads towards the eventual state that the universe is supposed to end up in, and that would be like an emergent state of the universe, not necessarily something fundamental to the universe, which I think God is the opposite of what I'm saying, where God is like fundamental and that creates the good. I'm saying that the good is created after the universe, if that makes sense.
But you're talking about the heat death or the end of the universe. That's the
not necessarily.
Well, what is the ultimate state of the universe?
That's not something we could know because we're just like one small part of the universe, right?
Well, I mean, like eventually it all has to collapse somehow, right?
K2, what are you fucking sending
whether we
me?
burn through all the hydrogen that exists in our universe,
or so Alex, that's not necessarily true. There have been theories that are like dark matter, dark energy, which we barely understand. We don't understand really at all. Will result in like the universe collapsing back in on itself and then recreating itself in like the universe.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm saying the universe as it exists now would have to disappear. It would have to die and be reborn.
What? Is that sorry? Is that connected to
He brought up the good as being like.
Yeah, I don't think like the universe's death necessarily speaks to like the universe's purpose.
Well, we're not talking about purpose, right? Purpose is
I was talking about purpose.
Well, purpose is given. It's not something that just naturally exists.
That's not true.
How so?
Purpose can be emergent too.
Bro, what is happening right now?
It can be emergent, yes, but not really for living animals. Like an organ can have an emergent purpose. A conscious being doesn't.
Go see what that baby
I don't
wants.
think you can argue that.
I absolutely can.
Yeah,
I need to go take
I don't think you can decisively argue that. Is what I mean.
can decisively argue it. I can. All right, I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Baby Alex gets what Baby Alex wants.
That poor baby was like, Dada. You go see what that poor baby wants.
Pizza time.
Oh,
I
whoa,
I read Naval Orange, Keelan.
I don't understand what the
Pizza.
the argument is.
What's that code for?
Oh, Keelan's having one of those U9 red pizza parties. Damn.
Having a pizza
That's
and
a little
grape
sus.
soda?
Yeah, can someone-
Turkey? Holy
can someone
shit.
walk me, maybe when Keelan gets back, but can someone walk me through what Keelan's arguing?
I think they were trying to argue between there being an existence without God.
He was talking about purpose and good.
Yeah, I think he was saying purpose isn't always given. Like purpose can originate from nothing.
Well, yeah, he started by saying teleology doesn't require God, which I don't think I agree with that, but maybe we just understand teleology differently. Like teleology without God is just nonsense that we're calling teleology because we're pattern recognition machines. But I don't think there's any like real design going on then, right? It's all kind of just what happens, and then we just look backwards and we're like, oh yeah, we're designed, we're beautifully and wonderfully made, but then we're actually not if atheism is true.
We wouldn't be.
Yeah, it's just like we can look back and be like, oh, it's so beautiful what happened, but yeah, it's a happy accident. Yeah, it's like a Bob Rossian coded phenomenon.
But let's say
I don't
that
think
is the
it's a thing.
reality. What does that do to your worldview? Assuming that we had something that determined that there really was nothing, just hypothetically, how would that affect like your daily life or your view on the universe? Or
like if there was no God?
There was no God.
How would that
all a
affect
happy
your
accident.
personal life?
The Big Bang really did happen, and it was just a bunch of stuff following physics and chemistry. What if?
I think the Big Bang happened. I think it was intentional. But yeah, if I thought everything was meaningless, I'd probably live life as if everything was meaningless.
Yeah, there we go.
Nihilism would probably creep in.
Yeah, I would be a nihilist. I'm not saying I'm not going to do the meme thing where I'd be graping and pillaging and stuff. Because I don't think that's in my nature.
Yeah, I'd hope not.
But it's like, but I would have no reason not to. That's just my preference would be not to do those things. So then I would be brand encoded. It'd all be my preferences, right?
Yeah.
And so I would, but it definitely would make changes. Like there's a lot of times where, right, and I think in all of our lives where it's like you have like an internal moment where you're like trying to think of what the right thing to do is. And I think if I was an atheist, I would just be outward focused. I would just be like, do other people see me as good? And then that's all that counts. And even if I'm an evil piece of shit, as long as no one knows that, then hey, no harm, no foul. But now with God, it's like, well, now that guy knows that, so now it changes things a bit.
But that then leads us to the conclusion that there is such a case where at least a plurality, even if we're not going to say a majority, a plurality of people, their preferences would be like, especially if we're talking about like we're in the world and the timeline and all that, that right now and tomorrow or tonight we find out somehow for sure that there is no God, that people already have the culture, the values to not go out and grape and kill and all of that stuff, because that doesn't do anything. Even from a selfish perspective, that doesn't do anything. Like theoretically you can get to all
But I think we had to learn that.
Let's, how would your life change if we came to find out that the Christian God exists?
Oh, the Uno reverse card.
Yeah, not much at all. I would just be like, oh, okay, so that
Really?
Not much at all.
Wait, what? Wait, how? Wait, pause.
Absolutely.
Wait, how?
I already live in such a way that I think is already the best that I can do. So what do you expect would change?
You wouldn't pray more? You wouldn't read more of the Bible? You wouldn't go to church more?
Praying all my life. Well, hold on. I've been praying all my life. I know you guys don't believe me, but I do. I mean, okay, maybe not every day, but at least 3 times a week, I do a genuine prayer to God.
Right, but wouldn't you pray more often if you knew for sure that God exists? Wouldn't you be like, holy shit?
To what end? He already doesn't answer me. Him existing doesn't mean that he's going to answer me.
Well, it means that right now you're kind of tossing up your prayers and you think that maybe they're going to nothing because there's a chance that there's nothing up there. But if you knew that there is being itself listening to your words, that you can conform yourself to that being's image, doesn't that sound tantalizing, you know?
I mean, I can see you're smuggling in another premise that not only does God exist, but God is going to change his behavior towards me. And so
didn't you say didn't you say if the Christian God exists? Wasn't that Young Christians the question?
Sure,
Yeah, so the Christian God interacts. That's a key thing of the Christian God. He's a personal God. He interacts with us, right? We're in the union. So wouldn't you seek out that union, right?
So
Spirit can reside in you. There's a lot of interaction going on.
Okay, but you're asking not only what if I knew that the God of the Bible existed, because right there, I already live my life in such a way, based on being a Christian, based on being an American. I already live my life in such a way that if there was a God, I would think that he would approve of the way that.
No, absolutely no.
Hold on, let me just fucking. So if you're asking if that existence comes with a different experience of my life, then yes, that would change. But that's what I'm saying. Those are two different things. You didn't ask that question. You're smuggling in that, I would have this relationship with God. But if you're put in the position that God already does exist, and I already do pray, and I already do not have a relationship with God, then the fact that he's there doesn't change any of those things. It would only be the fourth thing that his relationship.
So you're saying.
Well, if he was there, you would have a relationship with him, right?
We find out the Christian God exists. You're saying that.
That's what the Bible says.
That would change.
Where's the relationship?
What, you're living to the letter?
You're saying if the God of the Bible existed, then you could have a relationship with him. So if we're granting the premise that the God of the Bible exists, then you can have a relationship with him. And so then if that God was real, you would have a relationship with him. And wouldn't you change your life?
Real, correct?
What?
You believe that God is real, correct?
Yeah.
So under your belief, it should be impossible that I don't have that relationship because I am genuinely open and that God does genuinely exist. So what does me knowing that God actually is there, what does that change about the fact that I've been reaching out and he has not said anything back?
I've said this before, but I think that there's a lot of internal stuff. Wait, all right, let me say this. I think there's a lot of internal stuff that happens. Like even if I ask that question to myself, if I believe in the Christian God. But if I, let's say, absolutely knew, I would probably change a lot of my life. Like, even though I say I believe in stuff and I think I'm doing my best, there's probably times where I'm like, I maybe make concessions I wouldn't otherwise make. Like, if I actually knew, I'd probably live differently. I probably would pray more. I probably would, I would change things. Like, and that's as a Christian. I would, like, if I knew for sure, 100% certainty, I'd probably live differently.
That doesn't really I get what you're saying. I understand. But that doesn't fully make sense to me, because if that's already what you believe, then
but belief and doubt are like two sides of the same coin, right? That's what I'm saying. Like I believe, but a belief isn't like I still fear death, right? And that's because it's a belief. If I knew for certitude, I wouldn't.
We still wrestling with flesh.
It's like walking.
Right.
It's like walking into a building and you see security cameras, but you don't know if they work. But then if you know that they're on and you know that they're constantly being monitored, you're going to change your behavior more so than you assume, I'm assuming these are working. So
your mic's giving me actual cancer rage page.
I think it makes sense. I think that's a bad comparison.
A good example. If you go to a store and you see that there's no cameras there, are you personally, clockwise steak if you want. If you go into a store and see that there's no cameras, are you personally more likely to steal? Because I'm not.
That's what I was trying to say.
So that's what I'm saying, is that I'm already in the position that it doesn't matter if there's a security camera there or not. I don't steal because I think stealing is wrong. So whether or not a God exists is not going to change that, because I'm already in line with what that potential God thinks. So the question of what would I change? Like I'm not looking for a security camera to decide on whether I'm stealing. I've already decided stealing is wrong. Therefore, it doesn't matter if there's a security camera.
Yeah, but stealing's kind of a low resolution take in some ways because, like, yeah, if you're like not a thief, you're probably not going to be like tempted to thievery. But like, would your goon sessions change if you knew that there's like a security camera above your head? It probably would if you think about it. You probably would.
Is there anything that you with the Christian God? Is there anything that you disagree with? Just one thing, like an action. Maybe there's something he says don't do, and you do. Is there anything?
I mean, no.
Looking at another person and lusting after. Was there anything?
I mean, if you put me on the spot, I just got to go lowbrow and the slave.
You don't gotta say something crazy. Just
yeah. So I mean, off the top of my head, I would say genocide and instructions for slavery are probably not good.
So is this regulations on slavery?
And the genocide, yep.
Okay, is there the genocide, like when he commands the Israelites to wipe out someone?
Say again?
When he commands the Israelites to attack like a neighboring nation?
Yep.
You disagree with that?
Correct.
Because you view it as genocide?
Mm-hmm.
And that him giving a civil law on slavery, you disagree with his regulations there?
Correct. I don't.
Okay, so if God existed, would your view on that change? Would you look into it deeper?
No.
No?
No.
You wouldn't? Not even a little bit?
Nope.
No? And you know the difference between moral laws, ceremonial laws, and civil laws, right? They're found in the Old Testament.
Not specifically, if you want to lay out the definitions.
Well, I'm saying if God existed, would you look into them?
I mean, I'm interested. This is my point. I'm interested in learning about it right now, and I don't believe that the God exists. So this is exactly the case in point. No, because I want to know.
You haven't looked into them?
It doesn't exist. I want to know because that's information that I don't have.
About moral, ceremonial, and civil laws?
Yeah, I'm not specifically familiar with the different definitions according to the Bible of those.
So you wholeheartedly disagreed with something that you didn't look into?
I wholeheartedly disagreed with a concept that I didn't know which specific category it falls into. I don't think.
It's my streamer is a cuck, so I can't pull it up. So I'll have to read it from my Chromebook. Okay. Just a note: if you know he's real, then any act of disobedience would mean hell. Well, wait, pause. Well, thank you, Alex, for the super chat. But for Alex, do you mean for the believer or for the? Because I'm a Christian. I don't think just because I do something untoward, which I do commonly, that I'm going to hell for that. But if you mean for IJ, if he's not a Christian, then yeah, he would know that. So it just depends what you mean.
Wait, what am I saying?
How do you think that, IJ? He says, just a note, if you know he's real, then any act of disobedience would mean hell. So I guess for an atheist, then that's true. Then you would know that.
Right.
But then would you give your life to Christ? I guess would be my question.
Well, what exactly does that mean? What does that entail?
Picking up your cross?
If God's going to burn me forever, I'll gladly worship God to avoid that.
That's a good
I don't think
cost risk or cost benefit ratio.
I guess if we're talking about
Alex is here.
If we're talking about
I've been here.
Worship or
sorry.
No. Well, what I'm saying is right now, since you can only have faith, you still have doubt, and that doubt allows you to not follow things perfectly, allows you to make mistakes. But absolute knowledge in his existence would mean that any act of disobedience would be a spit in his face directly.
Right.
Wait, is this directed to me or IJ?
Everyone. The whole.
How does that?
Okay, but if it's directed to me, I don't think even if I do a direct act of disobedience, I go to hell. I mean, heck, I do some acts of disobedience. That's not ain't biblical,
That completely opts out grace, mercy.
Yeah.
What mercy can you have for somebody who directly disobeys you?
Bro, it's like that's the whole gospel, man. We're the whole gospel.
No.
I mean, you're not a parent
in history, only a handful of people actually knew with certainty that God existed according to the Bible, right?
No, but I mean, even Paul talks about like if we if we keep on sinning after we know about God, it's a bad terrible paraphrase, right? But Paul talks about this
in a non-absolutist sense.
I know, but where in the Bible are you getting that if you know that there's
if you were
God,
absolutely certain that God existed, if you knew because he showed himself to you, you're telling me that you wouldn't be punished more heavily for disobedience?
I'm telling you that you can't. I mean, this is a tenet. This is a key tenet. And I mean, I can't. I think Young Christian disagrees with me on this, which is crazy. But you cannot lose salvation. So as a Christian, I can go out and I could freaking murder somebody, and I would still go to heaven, baby. But
this is. I think you're exactly right.
Well, an angel's not a human. Jesus didn't die for angels. Jesus died for freaking this guy right here. Okay.
What do angels have that we don't? Knowledge.
Like Sam.
Well, there's a lot of different. They're ontologically different classes of beings, right? I mean, it's impossible to compare.
It's a very superficial way
Who cares?
to
That's
be
not the
looking at
point.
this stuff.
The point is, there's no grace for them because they have knowledge. They know what it is.
Why do I need the security camera not to steal?
How do you know there's no grace for angels? Where do you get that from?
Well, whenever he brings Lucifer out of and all the demons that fell out of hell, then you let me know, okay?
What happens after Christ's reign after 1,000 years? Hello?
Say that again.
What happens after Christ's reign after 1,000 years? That's where the Bible ends.
My understanding is hell is locked away and the earth is freed from it.
But you don't know what happens.
Well, you don't know what happened. Nobody knows.
You're
what
right, I
happens.
don't. But I'm not claiming that God doesn't have any grace for angels.
Agnosticism is the only accurate position.
So you're
I'm-
saying that
no, we should be agnostic.
Go back to heaven.
Definitely.
You're the one arguing that. I haven't made any
Yes,
claim
I'm making the very, very clear argument that the lack of absolute certain knowledge gives us the grace. It's not just if we knew with absolute certainty, there's no reason to ever disobey.
So I asked you, how do you know that God has no grace
Fishing
for
guy?
angels?
This is a fishing guy.
Because every angel that disobeyed him is in hell.
This? What the fuck?
And I asked you what happens after Jesus' 1,000-year reign, because that's when the Bible ends.
I thought they get yeeted. Don't they get yeeted into the lake of fire? Isn't that in Revelation?
Yeah, he gets cast down, and then it says Christ rules for years, and it stops there.
No, the second death part of Revelation.
You're saying because the Bible doesn't explicitly.
I'm trying to get them to realize
all
that
the angels that fell are locked away in hell for
not
all
working.
eternity.
I'm doing
does
my
not
best,
means
right?
that there's chance that there may be grace later. I mean, you can say that, I guess. I can't argue against it, but it sounds like it's completely. I don't know. Doesn't make any sense.
Actually, it could go either way. God, they could just be in hell.
Well, sure, but there's no
forever,
indication
or
that it's going to go
something
the way that you're
happens. We don't
saying.
know.
Well, yeah, of course we don't know. We don't even know if you go to
Completely
hell
missed
for
that.
just not believing.
Completely missed it.
Oh,
Right? We don't
do
know.
that.
We absolutely do not know.
We definitely know that. So the criteria is
Hold
to
on.
gain salvation.
Sure, that's what. Who said that?
Christ.
What did he say? You must believe in me, or you go to hell.
I mean, in so many words.
If you
In
believe in
so
him, where do
many
you
words.
go?
Not
If you
exactly
believe in
those
him, where
words,
do you
so
go?
You don't really know what for sure the metric might be, given the fact that he just said it's through me that you can go to my Father.
If you
he
don't
may accept you, even if you didn't accept him while you were alive.
If you believe in Christ,
I mean,
you go to
Jesus
heaven?
says, "Whoever will have believed and been baptized will be saved." I mean, how else do you take that, Alex?
Link to the stream that we're watching.
I don't know.
YouTube version. If you would like to join
he
the
what?
people, you just have to click.
Yes, he says, yeah, the very next passage. Yet truly, whoever will not have believed will be condemned. This is Mark 16:16. Should be on the screen.
So if you've been baptized, then don't.
Whoever
believe
believes and is baptized will be saved, but whoever does not believe will be
Alex,
condemned.
why are you nitpicking?
I mean, what is
You
that? What else
believe
does that
and were
mean?
baptized, you were
So what the
saved.
fuck
Why
is
are
that?
you like pulling words out?
So then, if
Lock
you're
in on the whole
baptized
thing.
and you lose your faith, then you'll be condemned.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
what-
what
what do you-
Con,
must believe and be
Con,
baptized.
that's where me and Con disagree.
Well, no, that's what it says. Literally, what it says. It only gives you one criteria for being condemned.
That's why we have that's why we do something called systematic theology, right? Scripture interprets scripture. That's why we have all the passages in Romans that say
by the word.
And then click the pinned link in the chat.
Alex, you gotta take all the scripture.
Sorry.
Why? You didn't take all the scripture.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I take all the
You're
scriptures.
saying you're saying you don't know what happens after the 1,000-year reign because it's not in the Bible, but everything else
it's not found
indicates
in the Bible.
that once you're in hell, you never come back, right?
No, it doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that.
Condemned.
You're just you're casting spells, Alex. You're casting spells, brother.
It's Maryland coded.
It's in there.
No, it's not. It's not in there. It's absolutely not in there. I'm confident in that.
Chapter and verse, Alex. Chapter and verse.
Yes, I'll find it.
Yeah, the closest thing is after death comes judgment. That's the closest verse, right? This is why we can be C.S. Lewis coded and say that the gates of hell are locked from the inside, which is base, omni-coded.
What other context in the Bible is there for what condemned and what was the word that you just used? The confluence? Judgment?
I don't know if I said that, but the verse just says condemned.
He said there's judgment, and then
that verse, that's the closest verse that we think that means that maybe there's no chance after death, because it says there first comes death and then judgment, but I don't think that means it's necessarily immediate, especially because there's people who died and judgment is a specific day, and so people have died 1,000 years ago. Where are they right now? That's what theologians talk about as the intermediate state, where maybe there's like some weird Sheol coded thing that people are like living in, right?
Sounds like dirty Protestant talk.
No, that's bosom coded. That's bosom coded.
What scripture doesn't really tell us.
Yeah, but Catholics, I mean, the Catholics do believe that there is like a purgatory that you go to.
Yeah,
you know?
I knew the Catholics were into that.
I don't know. Actually, Ortho Bros, I don't know if they believe in purgatory. I'm actually not sure.
There's no other context within the Bible that specifically talks about when
Matthew
they say condemned and they say judgment, what that actually means beyond the words themselves.
How do you mean?
Okay, I condemn you. What did I just do to you?
It means I'm separate from you, that I'm going to hell, separation from God.
No, when I was saying it, I was saying that you're a bad person. So that's what condemn means in.
Well, sure, but if we're talking about if you're tying judgment in there, right? First comes death, and then judgment. That's what we're referring to.
Right, and so I'm saying those are broad words, and I'm just trying to get a clear understanding of what is being referenced. What type of condemnation? What type of judgment? What does that actually mean?
If you condemn something,
Let me get like 2 verses
it would
before
be
this one
disapproval. It's like a disapproval.
Yeah.
Let me get a little context to this.
Look at the context. Okay. Oh, also, I'm on Bible Gateway. Oh, God, I didn't realize that. Lord, forgive me if I've sinned. Damn it. Okay, where was this?
20.
So this is in a parable. First of all, Alex, that's important to understand, right? Like a parable is a parable. It's not like, it's not.
It's also another scripture. Once we tackle this one.
Okay, sheeps and goats. Don't be goat coded. When the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, and he will sit on his glorious throne, all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate the people one from another, as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. He will put the sheep on his right and the goats on his left. Then the king will say to those on his right, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you invited me in," etc., etc., etc. Then the righteous will answer him, "Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? When did we blah, 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 blah?" The king will reply,
Don't do that. Just read it.
Okay, no, I disavow the blah, blah, but it's a long verse. It's a long verse. But we know where it's going. It's obviously, when did I? It's like a repeating thing. We understand, okay?
No, I'm just going to skip through verse alike.
Truly, I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. Then he will say to those on his left, "Depart from me, you who are cursed." casting spells into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry and you gave me nothing to eat. I was thirsty. I'll read the whole thing. And you gave me nothing to drink. I was a stranger and you did not invite me in. I needed clothes and you did not clothe me. I was sick and in prison and you did not look after me. They also will answer, Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or needing clothes or sick or in prison and did not help you? A lot of repetition. He will reply, truly I tell you, whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me. Then they will go away to eternal punishment, but the righteous to eternal life.
Okay, I
the
like
word
this.
of our
I like
Lord.
this.
Praise be to God.
He's comparing actions. So someone who's not helping the needy, and then people who help the needy. Right? These are actions. It's intention. So can we go to Matthew 8:12?
Oh, I'm loving this.
We go to Matthew 8:12.
Let's just go ahead and read all of Matthew.
This is actually what C.S. Lewis gets.
Let's go for the Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Also, Revelation 20:10.
Yeah, this is where C.S. Lewis gets the gates of hell are locked from the inside.
Is what?
Matthew 8:12. Why the
Matthew
gates of hell are
8:12.
locked, yeah, from the inside.
Okay, we're gonna use Bible Hub this time because we're not gay like that.
And
We're not
conflict.
gay like that. Not on this channel.
In the beginning was
In
the
this
word.
house, we worship the Lord, young Christian. Okay.
Blah 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 blah.
Read a bunch of Bible verses. I'm gonna head out.
Look, we're circling in on something. Okay.
It's like
I
reading
tell
study.
you, many will come from the east and west and recline at table with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven, while the sons of the kingdom will be thrown into the outer darkness. In that place, there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
So unrepentant from those found in hell.
Silent G, gnashing.
No, I'm hard G'ing that one. Okay, just
So
for
there's-
emphasis.
The ones that are found in hell, they're separate from God, they're condemned, aren't interested in salvation. So when you find the eternal punishment, the gates being locked on the inside, it's because they have no repentance in hell. Gnashing of teeth.
Preach.
That's it. I mean, that was the end of the sermon. All right, I'm going home now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, all this parable. I mean, parables are parables,
It's also
you know.
it's also in Revelations, and it's also in Lazarus.
Oh, bosom coded again. We're going back to the bosom. It's always back to the
Under the-
bosom with you
under the
people.
gospel of Luke.
Can I ask a question from my chat?
Absolutely.
Roger said, question for the panel: are parables real events, or were they made up like Aesop's fables?
They're made up like Aesop's fables. That's what a parable means, brother.
It's to describe. I guess I would say it is to describe a phenomenon or describe something in human comprehension.
Yes, to convey.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's multiple places where Christ describes hell differently.
So what? So
Wait, hold on.
What is there a difference? Mr. Friars again, is there a difference between the parables?
I'll be right back.
And Aesop's fables.
Well, one's inspired, one's not, but they fall in the same literary category, like the same literary genre. So it's like the Psalms. The Psalms is poetry, but they're not the same as like, I don't know, reading like, you know, I don't know, fucking some, I don't know, some random other ass poet, right? It's not the same.
So basically,
So it's the same literary genre in the same way that like Kings is written as like history, but it's not the same as reading, you know, the fucking Josephus's, you know, shit that he wrote. I mean, he wrote good stuff, but you know, I'm not trying to throw shade against Josephus, but Antiquity
Wait,
of the
hold on.
Jews.
Hold on, the sheep and
Antiquity
goat
of the
thing
Blue
that you
Jays.
just read?
You say what?
The sheep and goat thing you just read, doesn't that indicate that people who do the works will be saved? Does he talk about believing in him
No,
during that?
and we have other scriptures where
I'm pretty sure.
This
it
is why
doesn't.
Scripture interprets Scripture. This is why
Yeah,
systematic
this is-
theology is so important.
You're right. We should all just go to become orthos.
I feel like
No, it's just that is even Protestants believe that Scripture interprets Scripture. You can't just look at one. If you look at one verse, you're going to get like misguided all the time. Like you have to look at the whole Bible as a cohesive
That's what
package.
Christians usually do is cherry pick, right?
No, well, hopefully, I mean that's what often they
That's
do,
what
but
we're
you
trying
ought
not to
not.
do that.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
trying
that's
not
what-
to do that.
Protestants are the worst at it.
They are terrible at cherry picking.
So wait, I don't know if because I got Uno reversed, but I don't know if I ever got an answer to my original question from the panel. That what if it is just my preferences? How does that change?
Then you need to have really good preferences.
I think I do.
You're talking about like the
Do you
parable?
though? Do you know? What are
separate
those?
from that.
Okay.
So what
How do you know your preferences are really good?
This is actually something I'm working on. So what are your preferences based on?
My preferences are based on the basic Aristotelian virtue ethics, the spectrum between human suffering and human well-being, or human flourishing, and the empiricism that dictates that if you punch someone in the face, then that's not going to help them flourish. But also,
what if they have a dangerous bug on their face?
If you have someone going around, like graping little children, then punching that person in the face actually does help human flourishing.
And those things that you cited, what makes those good?
You're falling into the basic no. He's providing the basic premise of human flourishing. You just have to take that as the idea, as truth, as a fact.
You know what? If God didn't exist, sure, we could probably.
That's what he's asking about.
The question is, what if you found out that everything that we do is actually just based on preferences, and it is your preference to accept the notion of a God, but that isn't actually the case?
I do like pedantic. You're right, Manclown. Oh, clown. Okay, sorry. Clown is an idiot, so I have to reply to him whenever he says something stupid.
That's Anson, if you didn't know.
Oh, I know.
many
I know. I'm
accounts
just
does he
gonna
have?
call him clown from now on.
72.
He just changes his name, I'm pretty sure.
Is that a Muslim?
Yeah.
I don't know. After like 2
This
weeks.
is something I've been working on for a while, and I think even just on I think you have to start at such a basic premise, not even well-being necessarily, but something so basic that it just can't be argued against. I think well-being is a little too difficult because it's hard to measure well-being.
Fine, that's fair enough. But that's an issue with how I am viewing the world, which that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, okay, now we know that there is nothing objective about morality in the universe. Now
Sure.
what? How does that change your worldview?
It doesn't at all.
How's so?
Well, I don't know. I think that would mean your worldview would be dependent on your culture, and so it would be up to whims of whatever the culture feels is right. And we've seen times where culture has gone wrong.
My worldview is based on the human species as a whole. So
then it doesn't. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that we could all agree upon a set of preferences that work.
Yeah.
Well, could we get someone to? I mean, could we get enough people to agree on that?
I mean, how many people do you know that think that murder should be legal?
Well, I see that we've become very polarized in what we believe, and we double down.
So IJ, you can't tailor morality to the people who don't accept any form of morality for themselves, right?
Sure.
So you have to kind of tailor it to all of humanity, and the people who can't either get in line or won't because they have some underlying preference to upheave or take what they want or destroy who they want. And those people just have to be gotten rid of.
Well, I guess with every system, you kind of have to deal with that, don't you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
There's no system that doesn't deal with that.
Yeah.
Like you can't convince a sociopath
Welcome.
that
Good to
they
see you,
should
Mel.
trust God's version of morality, right?
Well, you're not welcome, Confluence, but thank you.
Clownfluence.
You mad at me too, Mel? join the club.
Oh, hey.
I can tell you've been a vegan, Clown. I can tell. You have the intellect of one.
Hey, Brandon is vegan, okay?
The person who just joined in the bottom corner.
Brandon's pretty smart.
Not long enough to turn into Anson,
Just so you know, that is a
Alexander, is this your first time talking to Indian Jesus?
No.
Oh, okay.
Why?
What about me?
Oh, just the vegan comment made me think that.
Oh, I know. I don't care. I don't.
I always get the strays. And anytime you hear something, Mel, you're like, I think that's Ledge. I think that's the end of Jesus. That's like the third time you've done that.
I thought he was shitting on Confluence for being gay.
We accept gay people here. We don't like them.
Yeah.
No.
I think if you start with the premise of like, you want to be able to experience something like joy or happiness now and in the future up until you die, you can start that as the premise to basically create a worldview that is not only complete but also accommodates for everything we think of today as good, as well as some things that we currently know are good but don't have a proper excuse to do.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Are you saying that we ground that in joy?
Sure, yeah. But, I mean, that would be what you're chasing, right? Joy. I've been smothered by. Damn, Anson, you feel
Anson,
smothered
put
by
your
my
put your
ego.
dick away.
Holy
Put your
shit.
dick away, Anson.
Yeah, you gotta put
Stop
that thing
gooning
away
in the chat.
I don't want you gooning to my face.
Can I answer the topic topic, the topic in the title?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's whatever floats your boat, but just don't expect other people to do it.
I feel like that's like I don't even think that answers the topic title.
What is the topic title?
Are you talking about the banner at the bottom? Would you live differently if you knew the Christian God existed?
No, I mean the stream title.
Oh, marriage. Gotcha.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I got called insufferable by Anson. Holy shit.
How dare you join a Confluence panel and think that it's on topic?
Yeah, that's fair.
I would live
we were on
differently.
topic.
I would live differently if I knew the Christian God existed. I'd probably stop like questioning my assumptions and testing reality. Right?
Yeah, buddy. Oh,
So-
you got a stretch. He's been
You
saying.
could,
Here.
you could
I'd probably
literally
become
just forget.
stupider, is what I'm saying.
Okay, disavow.
Yeah.
Look too soon.
In some ways, you'd have more time for other things, though.
Oh, you got one more. Here.
I mean,
There we
sure.
go. There you go. What is
If
it?
that's the thing you
If
want.
that's what you do if you thought the Christian God existed. Depends who you're fucking. That gets back to the marriage topic, the Trump weave, okay?
Very much, sir. Of course, that makes you.
Would
the
you get married, Mel?
sponsor?
If you knew the Christian God existed.
Very.
I mean, I like the pageantry and ritualism of marriage personally. Like, I really want to wear wedding dress and stuff. So I would. I don't think it's a big deal, though. I think you could also be intertwined with somebody in the same way without that sort of ceremony.
Well, the question is assuming that you had absolute knowledge of the Christian God was real, would you get married to have your fucking or
No, it'd
would
be about
you-
the same.
Okay.
We all know.
You just
We all know
accept
just
it.
because if we're saying that Yahweh exists 100%, like we all know, like we find out, marriage isn't like a requirement. We all know that, right?
Well, to have sex, it kind of is.
Well, to
No,
have
to get into
sex.
heaven, you must be married.
Wait,
to get into
how
heaven,
many-
you must be married, and you
I'm
must.
just making. I'm making sure we all know that.
You,
I know Mel said.
well,
Hold on. Am I wrong? Is it not required to be married to have sex?
No, you.
Yes, sex
should
before
be-
marriage is considered.
You should be married.
did any of you stick to that?
I
Yep.
did.
I didn't. I wasn't always a Christian.
I'd rather just
No, my
repent for
wife
my
did.
sins. I'd rather
People
just
make
be
mistakes, IJ, okay? People make
I
mistakes.
wasn't-
rather-
I wasn't always a
I'm just
Christian.
asking.
I'd rather make it future dead Melanie's problems and repent for my mistakes to Jesus, and instead of
Well,
worrying with impulse control now.
so here's what I was positing earlier. If you had absolute knowledge, then you couldn't just pass it off to future because everything you're doing is with the firm knowledge that you're doing it in contrary to Christ, right?
But I could just say sorry.
I personally think that having that knowledge would almost guarantee everyone goes to hell.
So wait, does that mean that there's a sin that's more deadly than the 7 deadly sins?
Knowledge of God, yeah.
Well, I thought all sins were equal.
All sin.
You know,
yeah, all sin is deadly.
first of all sins are not equal. That's a fucking heresy.
Yeah,
That's definitely
that's
not true.
not at all.
Second of all, 7 deadly sins is not from the Bible, also. So, it's a couple of things there.
Who's the delusional guy? Me?
Oh, Anson's comment? Yeah, Anson is taking a special hatred toward you today, Alex, apparently.
Republican?
And Ag is casting spells. He's trying to summon a djinn.
Manton, if you want to pay to have me booted, I'll let you do it this time.
Also, good to see you, Section 230. First time chatter.
What's up?
That just means that you've critically wounded him in the past, and he knows he can't win against you anymore.
Oh yeah, he absolutely knows he can't.
Let's throw it to the chat.
Not just once.
I don't know if we can
15
get
times
it
now.
right away, but this is a good question.
I take special pleasure in turning him upside down.
You know, raccoons can learn to avoid stuff like that after only one time. It took Anson quite a bit. I would argue raccoons are probably smarter than Anson.
I mean, I think most people.
This raccoon probably is, if you think about it.
Not as smart as, you know.
Pretty good at trivia.
Raccoons are fucking amazing creatures, though. Holy shit. I love raccoons.
They do wash their food.
They do. They are so hygienic.
It turns out
I
they're
like raccoons.
probably actually doing that because it helps them feel the food better.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter why they're
Anson's
doing it. It's
comment,
just fucking
fucking
doing
wild.
that
No, I'm just looking
For the
at it.
fourth time.
Just being like,
For the fourth time, I'm
That's wrong on so many levels.
the link.
Yep.
That link. Yes, right. Where are we?
Conference one, have
Right
another
there.
TOS
That
debate.
link. That is.
God, no. Absolutely no.
Just kidding.
Well, if it's a debate about TOS, then you win. But if it's a debate about whether it's going to hurt his channel, then that's a little more difficult, right?
I'm somehow in like 6 different like fights with like 6 different people at the same fucking
Yeah,
time.
I'm trying to distract you.
Dude, hold on. I think who did I watch that said that? Like you have to like only participate in like 1 or 2 fights at a time, because if you're in too many of them, then you group all your agitators up against you, and then you're fucked.
That's true. If Anson ever joins Team Mal and then gets lumped in there with, I don't know, probably smoking
trust me,
Space
I'm the
Man or
last-
something, then I'm fucked.
I'm the enemy that Anson will make friends with all of my enemies for, even if you were his enemy. The enemy
Good. Me
is-
and Anson can group up.
is my friend, right? So, yeah, no, I'm the last on the chopping
what are
block
you
in,
asking?
in the enemy list, at least.
What are you asking? You said.
Okay, what about this? Phantom Knight. My question is, why is it that once Adam and Eve ate the fruit, God switched from creation via earth to creation via birth, ensuring that sin would be passed down and proliferate? I think that depends on how you see original sin, because I think orthodoxy, Big Soda, is probably the best one to
hold
know
on.
this. They don't
Hold on.
believe in original sin. This is a Protestants believe this, though.
Hold on
Mm-hmm.
though.
No, you
why
hold on.
why didn't God just create a new Adam and Eve?
Because we were meant to eat the fruit is the real answer, but I don't think I'm supposed to say
then
that.
why was he
Also-
pissed?
But that's the secret knowledge that
Hold
none
on,
of you're
was
all
he
supposed to know.
acting? Are you saying that God is an actor? He was acting pissed off.
Also, no, wait, before we get
I mean,
there,
all the world is a stage, right?
this is a distraction. The
It's
real
a combination
question-
of just and mercy.
The real question is,
Why did he switch?
The real question is, like, if God, sorry, what was that person's question again? Because like, there's a more meta question, which is, your confluence, your answer was that it depends on what you believe. That's ascribing God's will to be whatever the fuck we feel like, and I doubt that God has like this multiplicitous will. Probably had like a singular goal God had in mind, so it's probably not whatever the fuck we think it is, right?
Well, according to the Bible, God
Right, man.
lives by rules, and He does not ever betray those rules.
Right, so it's not whatever the fuck we think. It can't. I definitely, if I think it's something that breaks God's rules, it's not going to be that, right?
Right.
I'm not sure what you're. I'm not sure what you think I
I just
said
think
or
your
what I
answer's
exactly
garbage.
said.
I think your
What do you
answer's
think I said? Let me flesh it out or correct it.
You said that what God's will was when making Adam and Eve and deciding to let us eat the fruit depends on what we think it is.
No, I
Go back.
No,
and
I
stream.
don't.
Yes, you did.
No, I said we were intended to eat. We were meant to eat the
You
fruit.
said that after, but your first answer was it depends on what you think it is.
That's like you're taking that the wrong way. You're taking that the wrong way. I was saying like it depends. I think I was talking about if you're Orthodox and you think in original sin. I was talking about that aspect. If you think sin is passed down or not, or if you're Protestant, right? If you're Protestant, you think that you were born corrupted already, whereas Orthodoxy, you were born into a fallen world, but then you are only sinful once you have chosen sin. So that's what I meant with that.
By God.
We have Bob Moose in the back. Give me one of these. Give me one of these, Bob.
In essence, different denominations view.
And then
No, I
two thumbs
understand.
downs.
I understand, but confluence.
Okay, I'm bringing you up.
No, I still have a question for confluence. Confluence is the definition of sin ordained by God?
Is the definition of sin ordained by God? What do you mean by ordained?
Bestowed, created, defined.
Yeah, in some sense. I mean, sin again is like missing the mark, right? Which is how it's usually talked about.
So then again, it can't be whatever you think it is. There's only probably one.
No, I know
definition
I
of
already
sin.
explained that you're like that's not what I was I'm not saying you just decide that's not what I was saying. I was saying
Sometimes
like
I think you just move and open your mouth without actually thinking about.
no, sometimes when I clarify, Mel, you don't listen to my clarification. What I was specifically saying was it depends on if you are an Orthodox or a Protestant, how you view original sin and how you think about hamartiology and how you think that is passed down. And now when I offer that clarification, you're like, no, but you said these words and I took them in a certain way, and now you can't like explain or expound upon that, and that's retarded.
I'm taking it as a backtrack. So
Well, can you just take it as if he really did say what you think he said, then clearly he just misspoke and now he's correcting the record.
yeah, and I'm criticizing for it. That's all.
Well, that's not backtracking. That's just not being precise
No, if I say some
definite.
bullshit,
Why did
and I
God
don't admit that was bullshit.
I swear
this
to
is
God,
what's really
Mel, you
going on.
send me so much. Holy shit.
Why
I say
did
some
God
bullshit.
switch from
If
creation
I say some
to
bullshit,
birth?
and then I say another line after that's made to make me seem
No,
really
shut
smart
up.
without
Nobody
acknowledging
cares.
the thing I just
Nobody
said was
cares. Nobody
bullshit.
cares.
That's
Nobody
called
cares.
being
Nobody
irresponsible.
Yeah, we're
Oh
off
my
topic
God.
here. Let's get back
No,
on.
why did God switch from creation to birth? Was the question.
Did he ever switch?
What do you
Yeah, he
mean?
did.
He
When
only
Jesus
created
was born,
Adam,
neither of which
and then
could
he
give birth
created Eve,
to
and then the
themselves.
rest of humanity was born. No.
Well, no, hold on.
By
So
sin,
why did he
and then
switch
because of
Eve
that,
could
he
not give
needed a new
birth to
seed,
Adam
which
because
was
Adam was
Jesus.
first.
And then from that seed, there was no sin. And then from him not being born without sin, that's how it all came to be.
Well,
So that's
hold
the
on,
only way.
just a second.
asking
Who would have
why
given
it
birth
would be
to
that
Adam
way.
or Eve?
I understand that he created.
No,
Adam
they
and
were created.
No, I'm saying who would have
Eve.
given
We were
birth to
born.
them?
So the question is, why the switch?
But I don't think it was a switch.
But
I
it
think
is different. So why is it different? Why aren't we all just created? and
Because
Adam and Eve
they're
created.
because there was no way to give birth to Adam and Eve without another Adam and Eve. before
What's
them, right?
what's the point in the question?
Okay, I wanna, yeah, I have a chat from Keelan, but I actually do want this as well. Bob Moose, I don't think you've joined before, so what is your thoughts on this as a actual first time chatter?
Well, I would say that the part with the creation
Just
is that they
dodging
needed
the
that because
fucking question.
when we were initially
Dodging
created,
the
there was
fucking
tainted,
question.
part of it. So everyone offspring from Adam at that point was tainted. So they needed a new offspring,
Taint.
which would have been Jesus, would have been sinless, and then from there we would be able to have the eternal sacrifice. But they had to veil that, so the evil one couldn't thwart it. Because if they knew that killing him was actually the goal, then they wouldn't have actually killed him.
Stories on
But
stories
I
on.
think I went a little off right there, but yeah, that's the gist of it.
Not
That's
only
why
one
you
that
need
can-
birth.
Moose, I don't know if it's your mic or your voice. And sorry, Rage Page, I'll let you go next. But can you just
Did I
say
answer the
taint
question?
one more time without any other words before?
No,
I'm
so
gonna say-
don't indulge Mel.
Weird.
No, it's a base description.
But that I mean that doesn't unless I'm stupid and I missed it. I apologize. I don't necessarily see how that requires the switch. If God is just creating people in His image, where does the biology aspect of it come in? Why not just create all the people and then you don't have to flood the world because you created them
Well, that was probably the initial idea at first, but I don't know.
I don't
what the initial
understand
plan was,
the
but
argument
the
or
rule
the-
was don't eat the fruit of like evil, knowledge of good and evil. So
Why are we
Hold
talking
on,
about?
are you?
I don't know why we're
creating
on
versus
this.
Hold on.
birthing?
Are you indicating?
Yeah,
Are you
I'm not
indicating
sure
you
what
think
the
that
point is, but
the
I do know
original?
that that's the reason.
Hold on. Are you saying you
So
think
let's
the original setup was that God would create every human in existence, but then because they fucked
No,
up, they got
no.
to deal with birth? Or
No.
okay,
It's because creation, he created people and then people were supposed to be born. Creation is built around birth. We were born, and then Adam and Eve had children, and those children, one of them killed the other, and that set apart the whole Canaan versus Abel tribe, and then that's where you get
Wait,
the
that happened
Canaanites.
in the Garden of Eden?
no,
No, not the garden. No, that was after the fall. That was way after the fall.
Right. So were they? So when God made Adam and Eve, did they have their reproductive organs?
Damn
Yeah.
straight.
yeah.
So then,
But they were like, there is.
He's indicating
so
that
then that
yes.
seems to fit
theology that
Confluence's
you might-
narrative. I just want to point out Confluence has a point here.
What's
where it
my
seems-
narrative? I don't even know what my
that
narrative
it's-
is.
It seems like God was intending them for them to have free will and for them to produce on their own will and not.
Well, you have to have free will
Just
to have
create people.
love. Like you can't. He doesn't. He wants you to love him, so he can't just show himself, or else that'd be a forced love. You'd be like, oh shoot, oh I guess now I have to, or else I'm gonna get in trouble. No, he wants you to accept him. You can't.
That's
just
very
accept him,
relatable for
right?
God to want
It's
to be
like-
loved. I want to be loved too. So God's a lot like me, it seems.
Yeah,
It's almost like we're made in his image. That's
Yeah,
crazy,
something
Mel.
like that.
That's
It's
crazy.
like-
That's so
Yeah.
crazy. What a weird coincidence.
So to
So
be
we're
clear,
personifying God. You
we
can't just
should
take
be
you
able
and put
to
you in a room and
comprehend
say, "Hey,
God's glory. We should be able to comprehend God. We should be able
that's not love.
to
All talk at the
imagine
same
God.
time, because that's the best way to understand each other.
But just to be clear, you believe if we were to see God, we'd be able to process that imagery.
No, you would just die.
No, yeah. Well, the only way you could see God would have been through Jesus.
Then
Which
how
is
does it make sense that
when
we're
in
made
back in the
in
day
his
when they said
image?
I saw God, they were actually seeing Jesus.
The
All those
image
times
was
when they
lesser
said
than the original.
was actually referring to him,
Right, but
Jesus.
but,
When
like
they
let
spoke or ate with him, that was Jesus.
Wait, does that mean that God can give birth?
like a lesser sun is a
If you
flame, and
wanted
that
to,
still
it's not
burns
his
me.
Power.
Like
There's
a
not
lesser
No,
sun.
you're
right
talking
now.
about a lesser sun, but an image of the sun can't burn you.
Right.
No,
Well,
like, but
actually,
we're
I
not
guess
gonna-
it
So that,
could
that
if
means,
it's a
that means that
we're
we
not
should
gonna
be
see
able
until
to
the new
draw
heaven,
God.
so it's like
So then
we
it
don't
sounds
have
like
to
we
worry
should be
about
able
that.
to. It seems we should be able to draw God, like depict God, without burning alive. Like Satan
If
would do
you
us,
if you could know
apparently.
what he looked like, sure.
Mel, where are you going?
I don't know where she's going right now, but
It seems like a contradiction that we're made in God's image, but we also can't possibly imagine what God looks like.
What does it mean to be made in God's image?
it's not a contradiction. It's more like it's just outside of our comprehension. If you could think of a all-powerful, all like whatever being that's outside of time and space, you can't comprehend that. Somewhere that could be everywhere.
So what do you
everyone.
mean by,
If we
by
could,
to
then
be
that
made
would
in
be
God's
God,
image if we
right?
can't comprehend it?
Mhm.
What do you mean that we're made in God's image if we can't even comprehend what God's image is? How do you know?
Well, we're shown what we have. Like
We could be made in
We
Satan's
can
image.
reason, we can create.
yeah, the fact that we can reason.
But we could be made in
logic,
Satan's image, and since we have
have
no idea what
morals.
God looks like, we just wouldn't know the difference.
What?
Yeah.
We could be made. I'm sorry. We could be made in Satan's image.
And because we have no idea what God looks like,
I don't think the Imago Dei is like a super literal, like physical look, Mel. I feel like you're kind of like misunderstanding that.
Yeah, I think what
Sure.
I think if I think I could parse it. So when
Otherwise, everyone
you guys
will
are
look the
saying
same, right?
Made in God's image, then Mel is saying, okay, what is that image? But the way that it's being said is not like a physical image. It's a I mean, you know, I'm the non-theist here, so I'm just trying to bridge the gap. But made in the manner that God wanted, and so it makes sense that there are similarities in our nature and God's nature because God, according to them, made us to be like Him.
so how do we know that this is what God wanted?
What do you mean? It's written.
Like, has anyone
Which
asked them?
part?
Which
part?
I've asked them. Have you, Mel? You asked
Welcome
him?
to modern
Wait, Confluence, wait, you know the guy? Wait, Confluence, wait, you know the guy?
I do know the guy,
Soil
actually.
the soul. Welcome.
Which
Long
part?
time no see. Very glad
Give me
to
enough of
see
one.
you. It sounds fishy to me, almost like
Okay, so that's
someone's
weird.
made it up to explain things they couldn't
What's weird? What's weird?
comprehend yet.
I think many people would just say it's written in the Bible.
Like,
Great. Welcome.
No, I
welcome.
think
So
I believe
glad
in an
to see you.
active
Hope you've been
spiritual
doing well.
life. I think you can
What's
communicate with the
that?
creator of heaven and earth. Yeah, if that's schizophrenic, then
Sure,
I'm
I mean,
schizophrenic. I
copy
think
it.
I
If
can.
you can't click the link,
I think
then
you
copy
can
and
too,
paste
Mel.
the link. I
So,
don't
how do I know that you're not
I don't know what you want me to do.
You don't know that. You have no
Right.
idea. I
Why
could be a
would I-
pea
You don't
zombie
even
for
know
all
that
you
he
know.
exists.
Philosophically, yeah,
Why would-
we could go into all sorts of rabbit holes.
Why would I take your word for it?
Don't ask
Don't.
yourself.
That's the whole
Go on
point.
your own
Yeah.
adventure. Cut your own fucking way through the jungle, Mel. That's what everyone is supposed to do.
So I ask myself, and the answer I get is either this is a God that can somehow tangibly interact with this world in some way, so they can create things, and we should be able to see evidence of something that happened spontaneously without cause or effect, which we don't actually see in anything, including the fossil record. Or this is a God that's like in some like a platonic
person
solid
right now is
that-
a furry.
is an ideal, but can't actually
Pause,
interact. Can't actually interact with this world at all, and thus is kind of meaningless because it's just happening in some sort of alternate universe.
I mean, I don't think God is a platonic solid. To be clear, I didn't say that.
Plato was referring to something, and Socrates or Aristotle criticized
The
it. Like, what's the point of
unmovable,
believing
the
in a God?
mover.
What's the
The
point of
unmoved
believing in
mover.
a God that can't act or be seen in this universe in any way?
And that's when Jesus
That's what I was
comes in.
referring to.
Bizarre.
I'm illiterate. Just ignore me. But no, that's
I mean, I'm not really sure what you're asking.
No, well, you told me to ask myself, and the answer myself.
No, I
gives is-
didn't. I didn't tell you to ask. I never said that. I never said
Yes,
ask
you did.
yourself.
You literally just said that. See,
No, I didn't, Mel. You keep saying I say stuff that I'm like not saying. I never said ask yourself.
You kind of did.
Just
I kind of did, or you
wanna
like
roll
took
back
what
the
I
stream?
said.
You want to roll back the stream, buddy?
I feel like it's so simple.
This is Mel's only challenge for this stream. If she loses the challenge,
Yeah,
cannot
I think
challenge.
I think I'm just
They
I think I'm just impressed how Mel can move around things.
I know.
I don't think so.
But no, okay. So does God act tangibly on this universe at all?
Does God act?
Tangibly
I
on
think
this
you're
universe?
asking all
at
the
all?
wrong
Yes.
questions.
Good.
Yeah.
Does
but yeah.
God act
Yes,
tangibly on this
God.
universe at all? I didn't
Yes.
ask if I asked the right question. I asked, does God act on this tangibly on this universe at all?
Okay, well, actually, can we do a clockwise, snakewise on this? That's a good question. Does God here? Let me type it in. I think this will be a good one. Does God act tangibly on this universe? Is that right? At all? Is that what you said, Mel?
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. So Bob Moose, you're new here. We do clockwise, snakewise. And so we go clockwise, we go snakewise. So it'll be starting with Lutch, then Young Christian, then Tabernacle, then Big Soda, and we move like a clock, but also like a snake if you think about it. And 30 seconds, no crosstalk, and then we all spurg at the same time in the same way, starting with IJ. So go ahead, 30 seconds or less. Does God? Oh wait, shit! I didn't put the right banner up. I'm sorry. Does God act tangibly on this universe at all?
So if the Christian God exists, then yes, by definition, it is a theistic God and thus would tangibly act on the universe. If it exists.
Okay. Young Christian.
Yes.
Okay. Say less, Young Christian. Keelan.
I am agnostic, so I don't know how to answer this.
I'm agnostic. I just answered it.
I was expecting a lot more, but okay. Big Soda. Hopefully we'll meet in the back half. Big Soda. Does God act tangibly on this universe at all? And
that seems
maybe
to be the
explain
best way to
if you
approach
want
this.
to.
Like,
You don't have
there's
to.
some thing or some
Big Soda, are you there?
But saying that it's
Replaced with
Christianity
Alex.
or
Alex,
we
are
know
you
what
there?
it is doesn't seem sensical to me.
Replaced with Mel. Mel, are you there? Is anyone here anymore?
So no, because if God act tangibly on this universe, we should see evidence of something happening without
Free
cause and
will does
effect,
not
aka
exist.
spontaneously. And we don't really quite see that, or at least we only see that in ways that are confined and would make us question how much God can even act on reality. So
That's fair. Okay, Big Soda, are you back? Okay, we're gonna move you to the end of the snake. Oh, Alex. Okay, Alex, next.
I mean, if you want to look at it, yeah, from that perspective, yes, it could act on the universe and could hide that action by retconning everything he does with, some previous cause. So,
okay,
argue that, Mel.
I'll try to
Okay,
get.
Rage Page.
I'll try to get this one in after this question. I do feel like they would say
physically, emotionally, and
that like all of that is just also part of what.
Physically, emotionally, and spiritually, you are from a air traffic control room right now. But I think I heard that. Bob Moose.
Yeah, I would say personally and
Got you
through the
scarred.
universe.
Got
That
you
explains
scarred.
that
Come
in
back.
Job, and he's scalding him when Job's angry at him. He says, "Do you think you can keep all the stars aligned? These keep Pleiades together? Can you loosen the belts of Orion?" And actually, today, with modern astrology, you can prove with those stars of Orion that the two on the left are going to drift apart. And then, the two are going to come together with as a double-eyed something.
Astronomy
And then
or
the other is going to
astrology?
drift off.
Because
So
he
technically,
said-
in the future, like 10,000 years or something in the future, it's going to
He said-
loosen. So it's a little hidden gem
He said
inside a Job, where 700 years before Genesis, where it was written, that you'd actually find that. So pretty stellar evidence for divine inspiration, if you're asking me.
Okay, and just connecting dots. Are your community? I'm assuming that.
Yeah.
Okay. Just connecting dots from chat because I was seeing your chats earlier. Okay, Big Soda, are you back or what's good? Big Soda might not be back. Okay, so we'll end with me, I guess. I think God acts tangibly in the universe, but what I would say, and I know this is like maybe weaker than what the Bible says, but I think the main way that God acts is through people. I think we are the physical presence of God on earth. And so I think God communicates to us spiritually. And then we are the boots on the ground element of Christ on earth now. I'm not saying I don't believe in miracles, but when I think of how, even in the weakest form of God I could portray, I think that we are the essence of God. And so we are acting tangibly in the universe. We are the knowledge, we are made in the image of God, and we act accordingly.
Can I say something?
It's crosstalk hour, so go ahead.
If I would have responded as like I believed in God, I think I would have prescribed more to the idea of, and I brought this up before, it's called occasionalism, which was I think first brought up with Islam, and it's like there's no primary cause in the universe other than God. So we wouldn't say that fire burns cotton. We'd say that God causes the cotton to burn when fire and cotton are near each other, and that opens you up to explaining natural laws as like God's habits. And then also explaining miracles as like God still having the sovereignty to do whatever he wants.
So
that's interesting.
Wait, God's doing the fire? Oh, every time? So if I go to light this lighter, it's God doing it?
So I'm going to attack this.
He is the fire.
It's more
to
like the
reason
cause
I
and
would
effect.
use a scientific premise with Job and pointing towards the Christ as divinely inspired. With
Wait, did you just say
that
you
science.
used a
There's a lot
scientific-
of science, like most of actually, like the computers were actually invented by Christians.
Oh wow, Christian Science, eh? That's
no, it's crazy. Right?
Have you ever seen a
All
show
the fathers
called?
of science actually.
There's a
Wait,
show called
Christian Science or Christian Science? Those are different things.
Do you think
Yeah.
that being a
No, but I'm
Christian
just
means you have to reject science?
No, not even close. No, you would find more.
No, I
in the
was
Bible
asking Mel. I don't
shows
think you do. I don't think you do, Bob.
Yeah, no, you would find more evidence of him looking at.
Yeah, I agree
In
with
fact,
that.
scientists say we all have the same evidence. So
You're a yapper. Jesus Christ.
Pardon me?
I agree with you. Bob.
I mean, he's not the first yapper here. Speaking.
Oh, I can
Speaking
hardly
of which,
hear
I'm
you
going to
guys,
say
sorry.
something now. Speaking of which, I'm going to say something now. Confluence. I'm going to start with you because I'm attacking in reverse. snake-wise order.
I said I leave room for miracles, but when I read the prompt, what I mainly think is that we are God's presence on earth. So we are the way that God tangibly interacts in the universe. Like the conduit of God to universe is us.
So do you think non-miracles are also due to God?
No, I guess that Keelan has his navel orange on the screen, but I was thinking what Keelan said about occasionalism. No, I think that's an interesting theory, and I'd have to think more about what Keelan was saying about that. But in general, no, I think that God set up a universe, right, with a design, and that there is natural law and things kind of work according to that. And I think, and this is I guess like faith coded, but yeah, I think God can supersede those natural laws and intervene into his creation. But I think that's kind of my more faith-based claim. I think a claim that I'm more readily able to I think be very confident in is that we are God's presence on earth, and that is the key way that God interacts with the universe.
I think so. I mean, I'm not going to claim that I know that, but that seems like the most
according to the Bible, both.
The most.
So your God is a potentially vengeful God.
Well, I mean, don't assume what my God is exactly.
Potentially, do you not remember?
The God of the Bible is very vengeful. Yeah.
So do you praise your God or do you fear your God?
Both.
I would say I do both. Yeah.
Do you think it's good to both fear something and praise it?
Yeah.
It does teach you not to fear, actually.
Yeah,
you don't think that can cause like
fear of God is reverence for God.
Fear of not.
Don't you also fear and praise your parents?
Well, wait,
so most things in reality.
Hold on, no.
Most things in reality.
Fear of the Lord is reverence.
Can you guys?
It's also the beginning of wisdom, isn't it? In Proverbs,
it is.
Can you guys give a different example of something that you should both fear and worship?
Your parents.
Without the worship part.
Yeah.
Well,
it's
fear and praise, fear and reverence.
Yeah, because if we use worship is kind of a stranger word. Because like if we think worship should only be given to God, well then no, we can't think of another example. But if you mean something that we should both be awestruck by and be afraid of, yeah, like obviously, like fucking, I don't know, the ocean. I revere the ocean. I'm also afraid of the ocean. The ocean can kill me. It's also beautiful. It's also glorious. It's incredible. But I also have to have some respect because if I swim too far, I will be fucking riptided to death, and I don't want that. That's untoward.
And so
I think the reason that I would agree that we should fear our parents and revere them, just because I'm not trying to be too semantical here, is because they offer us tangible benefits. I think the idea of doing that for something that you can't even prove exists is potentially a huge waste of your life.
I've missed you.
No, just because you reject evidence for God doesn't mean everyone else.
I haven't rejected any evidence for God. You just don't provide any.
If you can't click on it, copy and paste it, or like.
That's because you're a fucking materialist. You don't accept any other evidence other than materialist evidence.
No, I'll accept anything.
Based Keelan.
I'll accept anything.
That orange kicked in, I think.
The navel orange fucking hit his fucking pineal gland.
I'll accept anything that shows that things can happen spontaneously without cause and effect. So go ahead.
Spontaneously without cause and effect. I don't even understand the question.
That's because Mel puts words together.
Mel's going to start talking about quantum physics.
Materialism, especially Newtonian physics, assumes things can only happen with cause and effect, right?
Good to see you, Young Raven.
Yeah.
Young Raven
How does the
Days.
existence of God not include cause and effect at all?
Yeah.
I don't understand how that's even an argument.
Yeah,
dude, that orange is putting in work.
So if your God
I gotta get me some navel oranges, man.
If your God can only work through cause and effect, all you're doing is worship.
I'm glad you're you
definitely didn't forget about. Well, then there should be evidence that God can
you got to do what you got to do
through more than just cause and effect.
Love having you
That's what
around.
miracles are.
Okay, so why? So show me evidence of
Well,
a
I mean,
miracle.
hold on. We can't track
Can't
every
have
cause and every effect.
Sure, right.
Even if it happened, we wouldn't know, right?
There would at least be some things that can only be explained without cause and effect.
You know, evolution.
Well, yeah, we tend to call those miracles, and other people tend to say that they're bullshit and not real.
Right, but then when those miracles occur different circumstances, we don't call them miracles. We say they had cause and effect. So what's the difference? We just weren't.
No.
We
People
just weren't
just
sampling
say
data.
that bullshit didn't happen. Right.
So God only seems to exist
Can you
when
give
we're
an
not
example
sampling
of that,
data.
Mel? Can you give an example of a miracle?
It seems like God only exists when we're not sampling data.
Doesn't seem that way. Does it?
Can you give an example of that, Mel?
I don't know why does
So people magically overcoming cancer, most of those stories exist in a place where people aren't being monitored by health experts, stuff like that. But usually when we notice people starting to go to heal from cancer, and we are monitoring their bodily functions, we can see that it has to do with their bodily functions, not because of God.
Well, sometimes we just say that we didn't image them correctly, or that we make up a bunch of reasons.
Yeah,
why it's
that's
not
a
real,
misunderstanding
why it's not a
of cancer research. I think completely. There's a lot of cases where
Have
we
you done
have
a lot
no
of
idea.
cancer research?
I've not personally done it, and neither of you, Mel. But Alex is right that there's a lot of things that people get better, and we try to punt at the reasons why this particular person seemed to respond better, and this particular person didn't, and that is an unknowable thing. If you know anything about oncology, it's
It is knowable.
we grasp.
find out all the
It's not
time.
knowable.
We find out all the time that there are things about people, comorbidities, and just individual differences.
And you think it's all explained by that? From what you've studied, you think it's all explained by that? You think you
The
can just
better the
take someone?
information is that we collect, the better the information is that we collect, the more apparent it is that it's cause and effect.
Yeah, that's tautological. So I would agree with that.
The only information you really collect and don't throw out is
It's not
information that
tautological
suits
because
whatever
if
your
it,
beliefs
because God
are.
and cause and effect should probably eliminate the possibility of God, or at least doesn't give us any reason to believe in a universe that isn't cause and effect and somehow God driven.
Well, if you remember my thing, I said the way
have intent. Does cause have knowledge? Does
No,
cause
we don't
have
need intent
design?
or knowledge for the
How,
universe to work.
so we have. So we're all here by
This is
accident.
postmodernism. They don't believe in
So
knowledge.
do you not believe that? You
Understand the difference
without
between
saying you don't-
incident
you
and
can't even
accident,
get to
right? You understand the difference
brain
between something
without-
that's incidental and accidental, right, Moose?
Pardon me?
You understand the difference between something that's incidental and accidental, right, Moose?
Yeah.
Right. So we're not here by accident. We're here by incident.
Can someone
Yeah.
explain how
Throwing a bunch,
causes
throwing
effect?
trillions and trillions of chances throughout the entire universe. You
Yep.
move anything out of
Yep.
place,
Why is that?
anywhere, and we'll just destroy. So how could you say that at all?
Because it's
Can,
possible.
can someone explain to me how or why does cause effect?
Can you rephrase that somehow?
Physics?
No, because that's the literal question.
That's
How
not-
does
that's not-
cause
that's not an
how does
intelligible
cause
question.
Dictate
how does
X
cause
and cause
effect?
physics dictate
Have you ever
that A
Yeah.
causes B.
Yeah, take a physics
But
course.
I'm trying to ask
No.
why
Yeah,
that
why does
happens.
why does
If it
why
didn't
does
work that
effect
way,
have
then
cause?
it wouldn't be a
No,
universe to have
IJ.
causes and effects.
Because of thermodynamics and the fact that energy and matter cannot be created or destroyed. Those are
You're not
fundamental laws.
answering. You're not
that we
answering the
can prove to be
question. I think
true.
Alex
Yeah, you might.
Alex might understand what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah,
Let
I
me
do.
finish my orange.
Yeah, Alex, I just want to give you some credit. You are a good bullshit translator.
I am really good at it, mostly because I just listen to people and I don't assume what it is they're saying.
What
Yeah.
what a fucking beta cuck. Holy shit.
Yeah, imagine that. Being able to understand people makes me a beta cuck. I like it. Not sure what that
Bend
makes
over.
you though.
Bend over for indoctrination more, why don't you?
Indoctrination. Who
Very
am I indoctrinated
hostile.
with? I can
Just-
understand you too
I'm
now.
just
That's part of
Alex,
the
I like
problem.
you. I'm with you, I'm just
I
kidding.
know.
I'm just
I
giving
like you
credit.
too. You're okay. I know.
I know. I'm guessing you're probably
I
being
could feel
devil's
the
advocate
spiritual
right now,
battle in
right?
you. I can feel
I tend to fall into that route, but I actually believe a lot of what I say, even though not maybe
all
in the way that I necessarily say it.
Okay. Just wondering.
Yeah. I do enjoy advocating for bullshit though.
All right, guys. Well, I think I am going to knock out. I meant to just do a roll up and chill for like 40 minutes, and I'm coming up on 4 hours. So,
God damn, dude.
yeah,
You need to set an alarm clock or something. Jesus.
I'm addicted. I'm addicted. But thank you so much for hanging out. If you don't know me, I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense Live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and just like right now, whenever I feel like. So come on through, hit that subscribe, and you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Until next time, guys, me and Morty, we're out of here.
Peace.
Alrighty then. Yep, that's how that worked. I bet you can't go to the store and yeah. Yep. That is the name of the game. So yeah, I'm not sure here. I'll give you the actual I mean, this is the thing. I mean, the URL is there. This is the channel, youtube.com/confluence358. I don't know how else I can. Oh, you can see this, but I don't know how else to help you. I don't know how else to help you. I'll drop the link. I gave you the link. All that stuff. Yeah, we would love to feed the dog before we go if we want to get a little don't know. That's a very interesting panel. Yeah, I think that, there's a lot of different types of ideas over there. And, it being an open panel, you get a lot of, sometimes there's lulls in like, is this super interesting or not? But in general, that's why I get sucked in so much, is because you have people in and out and, lots of discussion. I feel like nobody gave me an answer, a real answer as to, okay, what if we knew God didn't exist? How would that change? A couple of people said it wouldn't, but I never got to dig into that. That doesn't really make sense. If God not existing wouldn't change anything about how you live, then it can't very well be that important to what reality is. Alternative facts are not facts. True. We said evolution is based in adaptation and still applies. Yeah, and that's like that's the frustrating part, where they're like, oh, so you just think this is all an accident? It's like, no, as the furry Mel pointed out, no, it's incidental. It just happened. That doesn't mean it's an accident, but it means it doesn't have a specific cause. Hey, yeah, Marty, that's for you. Shout out to Soil too. So let's give him a nice big pile, because we haven't seen Soil in a while. We want her to come back. Oh, you gotta stretch. Oh, he's stretching. He's so good. Come here. Yeah, that's for you. All right. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, look in the camera. Look how cute you are. Oh, man. Thank you. So very, very much. Very much appreciated. King Morty is always hungry. Next, so the idea of God was debunked, or if the idea of God was debunked, there would be chaos with a significant portion of people. And that's why I like, exactly. And I'm not saying that any one of them would necessarily, be involved in that chaos. But to act like there's no, that there would be no change if you found out that God didn't exist. Like, come on. What are we talking about? These are definitely weird. What if God was one of us? Just a slap like one of us. Stranger on a bus? Is that the next line? Propaganda is going to get much worse in the next few years before people realize. I think both sides, I think you are correct. Like I said, the concept of actuation of God helps people feel particular ways, especially in times of distress. Philosophers debated the nature of deities for thousands of years. And yeah, that's why I don't think that it's like insane to have religious belief. Yeah, there we go. I knew that was it. It's not crazy to have these ideas, but the lack of willingness to really dig in. Like, Mel's not my favorite person by far, but the fact that when we're talking about, incidental and this just happened. It's like, yeah, but then it would just be like, that's what happened. It's like, okay, so let's engage with that. What does that actually mean? And they're never willing to do it. Majority of people have a conscience that is not dependent on God to tell them what to do. That's another thing that I tried to bring up with that question, because there's a lot of Christians who aren't like Andrew Wilson level logical about what they think. They just believe what you believe, and you know what you know, and you feel the way that you feel. And the notion that those people have a better understanding of morality than me personally, just because they accept Jesus Christ and that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And so I'm willing to hear the answer as to why that could make sense, but nobody ever has something to say. Debunk God would be like releasing the Epstein files unredacted. We will all just be fine in the end. Sadly true. Sadly true. What is that from? That's like, this is where you're going to be when Jesus comes back. What's that from? Exactly. Digging is the fun part. Cognitive dissonance is a bitch. And especially when there's a whole panel of them. If I was able to have these conversations one-on-one, then it would be very different. Because then there would be no like, hey guys, like, isn't this so weird? It'd just be like, no, you have to deal with what I'm saying. But that's the uphill battle, the Sisyphean battle, if I may, of being the non-theist. Next, I said, I think if God was debunked, it would bring us all much closer as a species. I agree. Joe Dirt. Shout out to Joe Dirt. Oh, man. This is where you want to be when Jesus comes back. And then shout out to MIB. A person is smart. People are dumb. That one has been in my mind forever. That line has stuck with me for a long time. Yes, I can see your shit, but if you're not saying anything that is worth, why would I pull this up? What does this do for my show? I'm doing a thing right now. I'm doing a show right now. So if you say something that's relevant to the show, then we can talk about it. If you're just fucking talking, then feel free. Yeah, it is. It is very exhausting, but I mean, it's got to be done because things won't change if you don't put yourself in quote unquote enemy territory, and the understanding of where I'm coming from. This is why I think that if I want to just have 1 hour, give me 1 hour with Andrew Wilson, and I want to go back to that notion that I was talking about before, that most people are not breaking down the logic of their ethics in the same way that he does. So how can it be that anyone who claims to believe in X claim automatically has better morality? I don't think that that follows. And I think he would agree that there's a lot of people who do follow Christ who don't understand their own morality. They just it just goes on vibes, on my preference, that I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that. Well, lucky for you, sir. It's gonna be harder to find now. Let's see. I already did. Let's see. So we got this one. That was me. Put that in the chat. Oh, look, I'm on the thumbnail for this one. And there you go. So, all right, this is what we'll end on. Yeah, let's do it.
I
Oh,
agreed with the
yeah,
statement, so
yeah.
I didn't know where to go with it.
All right.
So he said the claim is that atheists and secularists benefit from Christian ethic. What was it?
From a Christian society.
Okay.
Do atheists benefit from living in a Christian society? Obviously, of course, we do. So we did 5 different prompts, and all 5 prompts, it was initially presented as Andrew Wilson versus 5 atheists. So I assumed that he would bring some religious thing, but he brought a bunch of political prompts. And so I just kept having to agree with him and then try to find some way to make something happen. Now, for me, like, oh, this is my big break. This is my big break. So I'm trying to make something happen. For him, it's just like, nope, if you don't win, then you don't win. Let's just watch this one.
So I get from Christian ethic. What was it?
From a Christian society.
Okay. So I definitely agree with that. But I think where would you say that plays into the acceptance of these values in secular people by separating them from Christianity? Do you know what I mean?
No.
So the values that, like, I'm an atheist, you're a Christian, but we agree on the values. So wouldn't it be more beneficial to discuss these things outside of the framework, and when we're talking politically, outside of the framework of Christianity, because of the fact that there are so many people who are not inside that?
Not really. And I'll tell you why. I see what you're saying. Let me make sure I get it right. And you're saying, let's take the values and isolate them. So now this isn't Christian, this isn't atheist. It's a value we both just agree on. And so we can come to terms that we agree on the value, right?
More or less.
Okay, got it. The problem is justification. So if you wanted to say to a society, hey, this reproduction problem, this is really bad. This is the first time ever that that we have major populations which are under replacement rate. Like South Korea is not even going to be there. They're at less than one child per woman. That's an extinction level event.
Right.
Okay, extinction level. So if the idea is, well, if we want to push some sort of normalcy in a family unit, family dynamic, and encourage that, from the atheist perspective or the alternative family lifestyle perspective,
There's no such thing as the atheist perspective. This is the same thing as saying the dog owner's perspective. Some dog owners think this, some dog owners think that. Some atheists think this, some atheists think that.
how can you create a justification to them that they're not allowed to have their alternative families?
Because I think you don't have, because the ethics within Christianity inform the empirical reason why we would make the law. So
Yeah, I
you
agree.
mentioned
But how would atheists make that prescription though? To tell people, you can't have an 8-man polygamous marriage. Like why, how can an atheist justify that?
I mean, if you gave me time, I definitely could, because of the fact that I agree with the ethics that we shouldn't have 8 dudes.
Then justify it. Why can't 8 dudes get married?
You just threw something right now.
The issue is, I'm not saying that you're not allowed to call it that, but it's not. Again, going back to the example, that's like saying, what's the dog owner's perspective on gay marriage? There isn't one. So an individual atheist, if they have X position, then you can challenge that position. But there's no such thing as the atheist position. That doesn't exist. That's not a thing. It's not a monolith.
Sit down. It's based on the fact that
No. I'm not asking for empiricism. Just logically justify.
Fucking bullshit. I agreed with the prompt. There's no smashing when yes, we both agree. We both agree. The conversation that we're having is a different conversation that he's not interested in having, that I'm interested in having. But he knows he's just got to stay safe. You don't agree with me? I win. No, I win. Instead of actually having a conversation.
For the same reason that we don't want, just random dudes around young children, because we don't know what's gonna happen. You would not want your children with some random dude just walking down the street, right?
What does that have to do with anything?
It's the same reason.
Do I have justification for that?
Whether you do or not,
Yeah.
it's the same concept. That's why we wouldn't want to have 8 dudes in a house with a child.
Because you don't like it?
essentially,
And
yeah,
they
as
say,
you just
and they say
described
we do
before.
like it. And you, what's your
Well,
justification?
then we go to the electorate. Then we have a majority Christian nation. We have people who are not Christian who now understand that I don't have to play in this dichotomy of, well, I'm not a Christian, so I hate everything that's Christian. And we can just talk about the values and what it empirically does to flourish our society. And then if you are right, then people will agree with you.
Yeah. So your objection is, as long as people vote that 8 men can be in a polygamous relationship, then okay.
No, my argument is that because of the fact that it's not right, I don't think.
What's not right about it?
I mean, again, we're talking about conceptually, as we just talked about, race don't actually exist, but it's
Yeah.
not. It's not ideal in the flourishing.
Why isn't that ideal?
Because you don't have the time to be a father. We don't have a mother. The same reason.
What if they don't want kids? They just all want to get married and have gay sex in some house.
Then go for it.
Right, exactly. You have
why
no
would we-
justification. So what you
Right,
do,
so, but why
you're
would I need
taking an
But he's trying to take a win that I'm saying, okay, if 8 random dudes want to go fuck each other, I don't see anything morally wrong with that. He's not presenting anything besides Magad. And until you prove the existence of Magad, then Magad is the same thing as my preferences.
I'll explain. Because if you're going to say these things are perfectly acceptable, the idea
I
of
didn't say
an
they're perfectly acceptable. I'm saying that it's not illegal. That it should not be illegal.
okay,
That doesn't mean
so
that we should all celebrate.
yeah,
it.
but that's a promotion of thing.
I don't disagree.
So if
I don't know why I said that. I don't know why I said that. Saying something should be legal is not an endorsement of that thing.
that is the case, hang on, if that is the case, then we're talking about promoting non-alternative lifestyles, right?
I agree, but
And
I
the
got
very
30 seconds. So let me just
okay, go ahead.
The point that I'm making is that we don't have to, outside of a Christian framework, we can shame things. We can say that things are bad and taboo without having to legislate them based on because Christianity says, because of my God. We don't have to do that. We have.
I say we do my preferences.
Well, exactly. We already had this discussion.
Instead of my
So-
God, it's
so-
my preferences.
So we have to find those things that actually people agree on because of the fact that they work. Not just that people agree on them, not just that they work. The people agree on the things that work. And because of the fact that not everybody's Christian, it is better for us. Wouldn't you rather non-Christians act more like Christians, even though they're not Christians?
They can't, but you can't create the justification absent the
But you would rather
Christianity.
they would act.
Of course, sure.
There
But
we
what
go.
does that have to do with anything?
I win. I win. So my solution is to get what Andrew wants more of. I win. Thank you. Yeah, he's definitely a bullshit. He's definitely a bullshit artist. And yeah, I mean, it's frustrating because it's like, again, I understand why if you're Andrew Wilson and you have these things, and you're like, oh, I got an easy win. This guy already agrees with me, so I'm just gonna fucking bullshit and run out the clock. Like, okay. But if it was me, I would be more interested in showing that we can have that conversation. But, you know, he's a bitch. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to bed. Big shout out to Avery and Nexus Abyss, and of course, Soil to Soul. Bam, 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 bam. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out, guys. I hope you enjoyed the show. Remember, if you are new here, I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, like right now. So you should subscribe to the channel. And you know that YouTube sucks at those notifications, so you should hit the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Until next time, guys, this is Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch. Until next time, we are out of here. Peace.